Hello and welcome to Out of the Box on the Games Done Quick Hotfix. My name is Atitri, and this is the show where if you can watch it, you can run it. Tonight we've got a crossover with our friends over at Game Over, a very difficult run, but still one that's accessible to get into. It's Horizon Forbidden West with B-Dud. So let's take it all the way out west and have a grand adventure fighting the Blight together. B-Dud, let's do it.
Alright. Hello everybody, welcome. We got Horizon Forbidden West. We've got a very special category, any percent on ultra hard difficulty. This is a very long and difficult run in the Horizon Forbidden West, but it's a good one and we're gonna show it off well. I have Greedy Old Ka with me. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Hey everybody, yeah, Greedy Old Ka here, your other fellow resident New Game Plus story runner. Yeah, long and difficult is an accurate statement, but probably an understatement. This is easily the most difficult category in the Forbidden West universe, so happy to be here helping you commentate through it.
Yeah, and before we get started, like this category, it has everything Forbidden West has to offer. You're going to see everything, some cool stuff that no other categories will use, especially like a melee build that just decimates machine health. So it's gonna be worth watching taking down some of these big machines in like less than a minute.
Yeah, it's some really interesting melee strats, some really good, high-powered spike thrower strats, and lots of movement tech, so lots to show.
Yep. All right, it's a long run, so let's get started. Gonna do it on ultra hard difficulty. Let's see. I'll let you know when to start time. We started on skipping the first cutscene, so it'll be. Let me make sure that I have this on.
Always some settings on any percents.
Don't have tutorials pop up in the middle of a run. Okay, starting in 3, 2, 1, go. Let's do this.
Good luck.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, good luck, B-Dud.
All right, so starting off, we got to eat some berries. Eat berry percent, we did it.
Yeah. Yeah, and so in any percent we have to do the tutorial. New Game Plus runs, you don't have to do this, you can skip it. But we got some cool strats here in the tutorial to make it a lot shorter. There's a fair bit of things that you learn how to do here, but we're going to kind of skip over a whole lot of cutscenes, a whole lot of fights, and make our way kind of straight to the end. Well, because this is an ultra hard 80% run, doing as much looting as is necessary, but not too much, right?
Yeah.
Looks like they left a carcass behind.
Get some wood there and have to craft our first arrows. Yeah, we're gonna be, as we go through, we're gonna be collecting more loot and resources. Resource management is gonna be very important because we're always gonna be lacking stuff, and most of the overpowered like weapons and ammo that we can use in the run is gonna be very costly, pretty much.
Yeah, and for those who are familiar with Forbidden West or have played HCD in the past, there was a bit of a restriction on the amount of resources you can hold for really important things for strong weapons. So those are some concerns we have, obviously, going through the run and making sure that we manage our inventory well so that we don't run out of things on these difficult fights. So right now B-Dud's kind of skipping some ladder climbing and some fighting of some burrowers, and we need to grab a dialogue line there from Varl so that we don't get a soft lock, but then he'll make his way into the facility here.
One thing, and I'm sure we'll get into it on a variety of occasions, but one thing I want people to keep in mind is whatever you see of that health number up in the top left corner, if you were playing on normal or any of the other difficulties in this game, I would just have that number in your head, because on ultra hard you take double damage.
Yeah, it's really a lot. We were talking about it before the run started here, but we take a lot of damage where it's like a one-hit kill in this run. So you really do kind of have to learn machine movements and attacks and things like that, just to avoid, having restarts constantly. And that's true in early game, it's true in late game. It's something we have to watch out during the entire run. So
Whatever came through here brought this down as it went out.
Yeah, it's gonna be like a
whole lot
Dark
of
Souls run, pretty much.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, just avoid everything. There is a fair bit of damage we can take from like enemy you know, guns and things like that, things that are like projectiles and stuff. But any large machine, anything bigger than Aloy for the most part, but even things that are like small, like scrappers, if they get a good physical hit on you, it's over. So
Yeah, especially in the beginning, like we might be able to get a little bit of health or like outfit upgrades to help us a little bit. Against the big machines, we're gonna stand no chance, but even like basically the Goomba machines, even in the beginning, will like one hit kill me, and they can be very swift. So we're gonna be avoiding them like plague in when we're in the Daunt.
There.
yeah, and so a whole lot of this is. Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to mention one of the other things that, if I read right, detection rates for like any kind of machine against Aloy have been greatly increased, and a lot of minor enemies, the Goombas, like you were mentioning, their AI has been tweaked to be much more aggressive.
Absolutely, yep. Yeah, that's true. You get noticed from a lot further away and at lower speeds as well. So like you really kind of have to be careful, be crouched. You know, if you are having to make your way quickly through some machines, like knowing your route is essential, because there are ways where like you can just be out of reach if you know how they're going to react and stuff like that. So yeah, practice makes perfect in some of those scenarios. But yeah, aggression, damage, resistance. So on ultra hard, everything is increased health, and there are no damage bars, nothing like that that you can see to kind of help you through it. So you know the HUD is limited in that way, but you know things get a little spongy. So there's a whole lot of attacking going on in this run as well.
Check its patrol path.
So doing some story stealth here. If you get noticed before killing this burrower, that's a reset.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, so we take that very carefully.
Yeah. Or I should say a restart from save. We wouldn't actually reset in a run like this, but...
I'm gonna try to do a setup here to take these guys out more stealthily.
Yeah. So you saw Beta charge up his spear there and then cancel that out. There's a really neat trick in the melee combat here, and there's some good videos on YouTube by some street YouTubers like Arctics and stuff like that who go over these combat things. But you can basically do a charge of your spear to do a heavy attack and then use that over and over again really quickly. So you're going to see a lot of that in this run because it's a great way to knock machines over and do damage quickly, but it opens you up to physical attack all the time.
So
And Beta, I'm sure, can explain it a lot better than I can how it works.
So I failed the stealth there, which you can kind of one-hit kill those guys for the most part if you do that stealthily, but yeah, like Greedy was explaining, I was setting up like those heavy attacks, and those will basically be able to knock down those enemies. I was trying to be very careful not to get hit there because, like we said, we died to basically anything and have to restart that whole fight, and lots of time lost. So yeah, if fights like start breaking out, this is the category where you want to be patient. You have to trick your speedrunner brain to actually be patient and wait for a good opportunity to strike.
Might come in handy against machines.
Yeah, knowing when to avoid is super key as well. Beta there showcasing some of our strats to kind of, you know, cancel movement in the air. Swinging your spear is a great way to do that with an R1. You can also see him using some wall cancel jumps here. So something they added in Forbidden West were wall jumps. Aloy can jump up against the wall, you press circle and, you know, a direction, and she'll head off in that direction. Something Beta discovered is that if you, in the middle of that wall jump animation, press R2, she'll begin her heavy attack animation and kind of jump up into the air to do that. If you aim in the middle of that then subsequent attack animation, you can cancel that movement and get control of Aloy and move her in the direction you want to go. So it's basically like getting like a double jump off the wall. And we use that to get up high to places she otherwise wouldn't be able to reach quite a bit in this run. So, and in all runs at this point. So, yeah.
Yeah, I love that tech. It was
it's
actually,
super useful.
One small correction, it wasn't actually, I actually didn't find it. I like optimized its use, but, oh, I might die here.
Oh.
No worries.
Oh, I thought that was a you thing.
No, it was Devil Snake that was the one that first kind of like theory crafted it. But he barely
Sorry,
developed
had to go
it.
deal with something. You were
He basically
talking
just had
about
the
something
idea
before
for
that.
it, and I
Nice.
developed
One
it.
of those.
I remember the first time I tried to use that was the Horus section of Burning Shores, and trying to get over that part where you have to kind of crawl through the wall. Was kind of like a really rudimentary time when we were using it and not really understanding how it worked. But it was like, I know if I cancel here, I can get enough height to get over this wall. But or if I use the R2 or whatever. But yeah, there's some fun things you can do with it, especially casually. Like, it gets you places that you just can't get to early, so it's really fun to use. And you're gonna see a bit more of it here as Beta tries to skip his way up the tower here.
Yeah, it's really nice not going
So-
the intended path. Huh.
Yeah, so we're headed out of bounds. Some really neat out of bounds here, especially if you want to explore this place. The tutorial is a fun place to explore if you can get out of bounds. It's super easy to do so. So Beta jumping around some invisible walls, and then we're gonna try and land without dying. Nice work.
Thank you. Barely survived.
I was gonna say that probably took some trying to figure out when, where, and how to do that without dying, especially on ultra hard here.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Fall damage is the final boss in this game and in HCD. Definitely one of the things that take you out the most in ultra hard runs. Doubly so in Forbidden West because we utilize low health stats a lot in especially New Game Plus runs. I don't know if it's used much here. Is that something you do in this run?
Not really. It was a thing. It was a route consideration at one point, but we were able to manage without it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We use it in the New Game Plus Ultra Hard run a lot because you do a lot more damage. Some of the really crazy damage numbers, like you can, hit 20,000 damage shots on Tilda and stuff at the end of the run with some of these low health stuff. So it's really fun to play with that. But of course, that puts you at risk of dying and all that stuff. So
This spot's trouble because these guys instantly alert onto you, so we're going to very, very quickly try to get over here before they actually attack us. I might fail. Okay, we're good.
Go.
That guy was just a little wandering. Then I have to look this way, get the checkpoint, and it sets me up on the tower.
you can just look up there now?
Yep, after you pull it, she has dialogue if you look up, and that just auto sets you a checkpoint up on the tower.
I thought you were gonna make it up by the lock that you have to shoot. Sorry.
Nah.
This is interesting though. I didn't know about this. Nice. I was going through your run earlier today and I didn't even realize.
Yeah, it's one of those little things where it's easy to miss.
Yeah.
You're like
There's
just
another
stretching
Yeah, there's another little strat where Beta just shot that lock there on that cable. You can hit that from the ground down there, and I thought maybe he might be going for that when he walked over there, but that's a really tough thing to do. But it will allow you to restart from save and end up right up there where he shot it from in this run. So it's an interesting thing you can do from the ground.
I'm still
first
impressed
boss.
by knowing that the trigger is the voice line and being looking in the right direction. Usually you expect one of those things is like you have to be physically in the right location. So to figure out that it was something else entirely must have taken some real wrench work, just kind of banging at it with a hammer and seeing what stuck.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. It's something that I don't remember how long it took us, but it was definitely not like in the first year, I don't think.
And you'd be surprised how many things rely on a dialogue trigger in this game. So, like, there are a whole lot of things where, like, if we don't hear a dialogue trigger, we know there's a soft lock coming or something like that. But yeah, there are things where just getting your camera in the right place, getting something in the environment to push your camera out of space just a little bit will trigger checkpoints further on. We'll see stuff like that later on in Lotopolis while we're swimming, where we can skip an entire section of the escape just by swimming up against a wall and getting our camera stuck in a small space, but it pushes it far enough forward to think, oh, Aloy's close enough to this to give her the checkpoint. We'll give you that checkpoint, save you like 4 minutes of swimming and dodging specters. So it's one of those things where we'll also see it used like dialogue to cancel other dialogue that may take a really long time, or that we may have to wait on to get some item that we have to use. Horizon is really good for that kind of thing. So
Alright, phase 1's down of this boss. This boss is tricky
nice
because
work.
we don't have a lot of upgrades to work with. Even though it's 1/3 of the base health of what this boss is supposed to have.
yeah, The snakes in this game are something. I mean, they are tough to fight, and we have to fight this one and one later on in the run. So, and both of them are not easy fights. So
This is the very big reset point, just because he keeps on doing the kind of like sonic ears blast this, and like it kind of deafens you and you can't shoot the gun. He really likes to do it when you're like far apart from him like this. And what we really need to do is be able to shoot the gun for a while, because the longer you shoot it, the more damage it does. So you want
more damage, faster it shoots too. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and you might not deal enough damage with the guns there.
The data center should be straight ahead.
And you have to just resort to your bow and arrow to do a little damage over time. Luckily there, we didn't get interrupted too much, and we were able to get that high damage off, so pretty good.
And in the first phase, like one of the things we do, like throwing frost bombs at it to kind of do continuous damage while we still hit, you know, weak spots with our bow and stuff like that. So you're really using a combination of weapons to just keep doing DPS as much as you can. So
Yeah, but that's the tutorial done. Yeah, for a tutorial, it's not so it's not quite easy on ultra hard.
On ultra hard for sure. So lots of fun platforming here. We're in Meridian. We're the only visit to Meridian in the game. But we have to kind of investigate, you know, what went on at the end of Zero Dawn. So spoilers here if you've never played Zero Dawn, but there's a signal that leaves, you know, Hades doesn't die at the end of the game. So he leaves, and Silence, you know, concocted a scheme to have him, you know, survive so he can extract some information out of him. And we are investigating that here. So we're climbing the spire in Meridian, which is kind of a cool sequence. B-Dud likes to not take the intended path.
Yeah, I like to do this thing that's supposed to save like 4 or 5 seconds maybe, and I mess it up almost every time.
It's difficult to do those cancels and find a place on a spot like this, like to land, like somewhere where it'll hold you up.
Yeah, it's,
one thing.
It's hard because every time you see me do those cancels, I'm trying to time something at the peak of my jump. So it's a very precise timing on if you're going to get enough height or not.
If you don't get it just right.
That, like, edge, pretty much. To stand on.
And one thing you'll see us abusing a lot, especially in this run, when B-Dud will be climbing walls seemingly like, I don't know, a gecko or something. The aiming animation that Aloy does seems to expand her hitbox in a way that allows her to stand on things she wouldn't otherwise be able to stand on. So if you're aiming in this game, or in HCD, even casually, try to Skyrim up a wall a little bit. You can probably get it to work. So. And a fan favorite now, cable car ride. So.
Cable car! Woo! We love it. So this is where New Game Plus New Game Plus runs usually start, is right here. And yeah, we have a lot of categories in the Horizon speedrunning world. I would say New Game Plus and New Game Plus Ultra Hard are the 2 most popular ones. But then, you know, we have any percent, we have the arena, we have strike, we have a lot of great categories all around. Even Roots percents and the miscellaneous categories, and that starts here as well.
Shout out to Nico.
Yeah. Do you want to explain a little bit, Gritty, what Horizon has to offer, and maybe what resources we have to?
Definitely.
Horizon?
So a little bit of a selfless plug here. We have a show called Learning the Horizon that I put on, I host, and then I've done a series on New Game Plus story for this game, and one of our other community members has done a story run of HCD for New Game Plus as well. So we have some video tutorials. We also have a wiki, Discord you guys can join. You can find us on our SRC page. We've got tons of category extensions, and people have tons of, you know, information on how to run those in our Discord. So really cool community, really accepting, lots of people ready to answer questions. We have so many people that don't even run the game in our community that like have knowledge of how it works. And are willing to help
absolutely
out.
love that sort of thing. Like the first time I ever pitched something for Hotfix, it was a show about featuring routers, glitch finders, and the kind of stuff that goes into making a run that rarely gets properly appreciated. So thank you so much for saying that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have people that we do a lot of things in this run where people who don't run it found them for us. There's a duplication glitch for Forbidden West. So there's kind of a running thing about it's easier to run Forbidden West because there's a duplication glitch for the things you need. Whereas you have to do, if you want to run HCD on console, you have to do 9 playthroughs of the game because you need a lot of copies of certain coils and things to make your weapons really strong. And it's just, you know, the mechanics and how they work. But the things that we have here, I mean, the things that we found, like the duplication glitch, a lot of the movement stuff, are people who just don't run the game. They found some stuff, they came to the community, shared it with us, and we made use of it, you know? So it really is like all together a bunch of people contributing to make this one work. So we like to say BDUD found just about every strat in this, but that's totally not true. There's a lot of contributors, and like, you know, there's so many little things where it's like if somebody didn't just randomly come along and say, hey, I found this, we probably wouldn't have the times we have today. So it is what it is. But yeah, we have lots of resources. You know, if you want to run any category extension, we've got people that want to help you do that. You'll hear the word roots in chat a lot. It's a category extension where it's a side quest category extension that, you know, uses a bow that you get in that side quest that's named after a character in that side quest. You know, we have some fun with it. But we've got other things too, you know, that we do for side quests, things like all the relic ruins, you know, all the cauldrons, things like that. If you want to learn some really cool ways to get through the difficult cauldrons in this game, the skips for the cauldrons are actually nutty. Like, they're insane to actually do. But they're a lot of fun. So you wouldn't expect a game like this to have really fun platforming, but we really do. So.
All right.
Is that projectile dodge just a second ago into a rock? Was that kind of incidental, or were you expecting the roll there and like wanting it to not end further away?
Yeah, I'm trying to avoid them as much as possible. I assume you're talking about like the big electric ball in the sky.
Yeah, it's just there was one that came at you and you like dodge rolled into a rock so that Aloy didn't actually go anywhere, but you still had the iframes through the projectiles there.
Yeah. Yep, that's absolutely it too. So your roll is your friend. You definitely want to have, you know, the timing right, because Aloy has those few frames of not taking damage from attacks on a roll. There's also a little bit of that with sliding and stuff too. You tend to move away faster when you slide and things from an attack. So it is a lot of, you know, just anticipating, getting behind, you know, environmental blocks and stuff like that to look for, especially things like scroungers. They go pretty heavy on the like electric balls that track you. So being behind the rocks, the walls, that kind of stuff really helps us, you know, avoid that kind of thing.
Yeah, we're not always going to have a lot of shelter. So yeah, we're definitely going to have to time our dodges very perfectly to utilize iframes at a lot of parts in this run, especially with the later machines later in Act 2 and Act 3.
Okay, module.
Oh, so Beta showcasing some skips for all relic ruins here. So you're gonna see that we do some side stuff in this run. B-Dud's going and using his wealth of knowledge about the relic ruins to get some extra skill points, get some extra, you know, materials, inventory items and stuff to use here. But basically, yeah, you can cheese every single relic ruin in this game with the movement tech that we have. So
I may have forgotten the
1307.
I think that was the first thing we tried.
I don't think so.
Oh, 13. What is it? I forgot what it is too.
Oh no.
Nope.
Hold on.
It's in the notes. No, it's not in
In
the notes.
Beat is. I actually have a pin tab for this. Hold on. I am so sorry. 1705. Okay.
Oh, there we go.
I was gonna say I've seen runners who have like literally everything they need to do across a run in their live splits. They're as long as the community agrees, there are no rules for this sort of thing.
Could look around more before I
I
have
recently learned about split notes, which I'm going to use for Claire Obscure runs, but that's beside the point. Nice little plugin that helps you with things that you're on a split for. But yeah, we generally remember all of our codes. So
Yeah,
there's
I've
that.
like inputted that one over 100 times probably. So the fact that I forgot it there is.
Well, we use it in bingo, all that kind of stuff. You know, so
Yeah.
we got lots of that
Shoutouts
stuff.
to our producer using the instant replay feature here on the channel to showcase your moment of victory over the puzzle.
Nice.
Okay.
There.
And B-Dud picking up some processed blocks and stuff here by killing these enemies
Yeah.
and looting some of these piles, getting some inventory that we need to purchase certain essential items for the run later on. Makes it easier than having to kill machines and harvest them. One of the things on Ultra Hard that if you play on story, there's a thing called easy loot in this game where if you kill an enemy, they don't lose their components, they don't break. You can just get whatever an enemy might offer you based on its drop rate and all that kind of stuff automatically. On Ultra Hard, you have to be very careful to shoot off the things that you want to loot. So even just upgrading weapons and armor and all that kind of stuff becomes infinitely harder because you have to be precise. And there's no aim assist on Ultra Hard as well. So
All right. So we're gonna reinvest in some things here to give us better. Let me actually do this as well. We're gonna basically need to use our melee and power attacks to our utmost potential here for
Someone's putting up
the
a fight.
bristlebacks in this next fight. So let's get into it. Here I do a very precise setup to try to get this guy lured into. Oh, missed that. Hopefully that's. I'm gonna reset this a few times until I get this right, because if you get the environmental traps do massive damage on than what you can do. Like look at that 400, like compared
can't
to
do
like
that amount of
Almost
damage
700 between the two of them.
yeah, you can't do that amount of damage with your weapons early games. So traps are super important.
So yeah, this is a fight where I'm ready and prepared to die maybe once or twice. It's a tough one.
This is the first one where you got to make your way
We got
around.
both of the bristlebacks in that log. That's huge, actually.
Nice. I saw the first one. I didn't see the second one. Nice work.
Now we just gotta deal with this guy.
Yeah, so here's this scrounger just firing off electric shots like I was saying. They love to do that from a distance.
Very nice. And you might have been seeing that I've been doing this like cyclone ability in midair, especially when it comes to like animals.
Nice.
Because we're getting animals to try to like get skins because they just give you a lot of resources and shards to buy stuff early on, and also to upgrade your pouches, which we're gonna have to do in order to hold enough ammo for the big bosses later. But another thing is like that cyclone ability is actually a glitch of you doing R1 and R2 together in one hit. So you're doing a light attack and a heavy attack at the same time and getting the damage from both of them. But you have to like time an R2 attack just like a few frames after an R1 attack in order for that cyclone effect to carry out.
You?
Where is the
Yeah, and it's really super useful for knocking enemies over. So R2 attacks constantly in this game will take your machines down. I mean, if it's a Thunderjaw or a Scrounger, it doesn't matter. After a few hits, they all fall over. So definitely a useful skill if you're looking for some quick melee and knockdown and some opportunities. B-Dud now chasing after the world's most
Yeah, and this
elusive
might not
boar.
look optimal, but it is, trust me.
So we need some animal parts in order to buy certain things, upgrade certain things. So you have very specific things that you need, and then animals also help us craft things like fast travel packs and stuff like that. So
So we're actually a few animals down than what I'd like to be. So we're gonna spend a little bit in this section here, probably.
I was
trying
gonna-
to- Yeah.
I was gonna ask earlier, but I haven't been seeing nearly as many. Like it
Yeah, they
reminds
just
me.
haven't been showing up. But usually, a good spawns is like right before the hunting arena and right after it. So I know
Yeah,
that
definitely.
I can expect some here.
And I think the bingo runner community will commiserate with me when I say when you want animals in this game, they just don't show up. For some reason, the game knows when you're looking for a boar. It knows when you're looking for a raccoon. It just knows, man.
And for all the fastidious routing you can do to make a category like this more manageable, you're still just going to get hung up on, okay, I could really use 2 more boars to finish that upgrade. Please. 8 minutes later.
Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly right. One of the things, there's a fox skin that's needed in HCD for the golden fast travel pack. It's like the infinite fast travel pack. They don't have that in this game. But in runs that require it, it's a make or break for the run, because like it's just complete RNG of whether or not you're gonna find something, find that fox. And then HCD has a great troll where it'll drop like an animal bone that's a blue drop instead of the skin you need that's also a blue drop, so you get trolled by it sometimes too. It's infuriating. All right. B-Dud going to the hunting ground, because in Forbidden West, this hunting ground gives you a free warrior bow that allows us to use shock damage. Super useful when hitting shock canisters and kind of knocking down enemies. So it'll shock them, keep them in place for a certain amount of damage or a certain amount of time. And then, super useful when you don't want things to be attacking you all the time.
Come on, Steve, we gotta go. I named my mount Steve.
Yes, this is Steve. Steve can be our friend or our worst enemy.
Yeah.
Steve mentioned.
I should
Yep.
walk. Last thing I need is
Yeah,
The,
mounts are fun because you can, by looking at the ground, you can kind of like teleport them to be right next to you. But like the way that they come from is kind of random. I mean, you can kind of influence it.
It's
but
a little bit camera dependent, but it's also super environmental dependent. So like if you're not in the exact space looking the right direction with the camera down at the ground to make sure it's not running from 40 meters away or whatever, yeah, there's a lot of work to do with, I mean, even to this day, we could find better ways to call them out because it's just not consistent.
all right.
And
There's the
I just
quarry.
So now we've
invested
got-
in Half Moon Slash, Trudy. Do you
we're gonna get
One less machine.
care to
We're gonna get a whole
explain-
lot of, yeah. So you guys are about to see a whole lot of spinning and jumping. B-Dud just became an acrobat. So there's a way to basically use a skill we have called Half Moon Slash to cancel out these heavy attacks that we do, and you can just keep doing them over and over and over like this. And they do the damage, they do the knockdown, all that kind of stuff. And so now B-Dud's, tagging one of the acid canisters, tagging one of the fire canisters, and using this to, just control his enemies, but also do damage. Because heavy attacks are pretty effective. If you use them over and over and over again, you can really wear down the machines. And they're also super effective on human enemies. A single heavy attack knocks down human enemies usually in one go. So, but being able to, charge something and have it charged all the time, which is what we do by charging up that attack and then canceling it out with an aim. But now you can, in the middle of that attack, cancel it by holding R1 and activating the Half Moon Slash. So you'll see that a lot from this point on.
Oh. This is a very hard fight if you can't tell.
Bristlebacks are your first real test in this run. Scroungers are okay, Watchers, Burrowers, that kind of stuff that we're all used to early game in the Horizon universe. But Bristlebacks will really test your patience. The way that they jump around, they move like a bronco, basically, right? So like a horse in a rodeo or something, and that can throw off your shots, throw off your swings, throw off, trying to hit components.
Another one down.
Yeah, we like to use the pug please
Looks like you're also
emote for
gonna
these
save
when we're out there. So, because they're shaking their butt around all the time, and it's super hard to get good shots. We'll see that in the embassy coming up as well.
Almost there. I also didn't utilize the environmental trap as well as I could have here to kill basically 2 of them at once.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah, coming down the line. Yeah.
we didn't die, so that's a good plus. This is I usually die once on this fight every run, so.
Deathless is the goal for this run, but also probably super out of reach.
Yeah, it's I never expect this to be deathless. Yeah, I think
If the first time it happens, it'll be incidental.
All right.
Give Broadeast to Barrelite.
So, like, when you were talking about the difficulty the bristlebacks represent, how do you personally kind of tackle that, B-Dud, for, like, when you first started learning enemy patterns? Was it about knowing Aloy's mechanics well enough to kind of improvise tricks, or were you really spending time measuring or, you know, kind of studying the AI for the ultra hard beasts in particular to get you know, figure out what your patterns and options might be?
Yeah, it was a lot. Definitely started out with a lot of devs, I'll tell you that.
Fair.
Give me 1 second though, because I'm
Oh yeah. You got routing to do, you got buying to do. I get it.
just a lot of buying to deal
Menuing
with,
is
like,
always
the
a chore,
minutes.
isn't it?
But yeah, like it didn't happen overnight. It was a big process to having to learn everything, and a lot of the stuff I still feel like I could be better at or be faster at, knowing the moves even a little bit better than what I do now. But
Better see what that conjure magistrate wants.
I believe I might have an upgrade. I do. Okay, resource pouch. This is a very important upgrade that's going to help us just carry more resources so we don't have to buy more later on. So that's very, very helpful. And then trap pouch is also going to be helpful. More helpful in Act 3 than anything. We want to make sure our fast travel packs, that we have enough for that. I need smoke bombs for this next strat. I believe we can also sell our chill water since it's kind of useless from this point on.
We're not going to be freezing from here, yeah.
And then I believe I need one of these. Yeah, okay. I believe that's it. Okay, good.
Yeah.
We finished our shopping spree. But yeah, like it was a whole process going through this. Like this category was not ran very long. Or at least like it wasn't ran at all, and it took like 2 years or something before people before somebody decided to do a run in it, and it ended up taking like 8 hours for them to finish, something like that. And like it's an underwhelming category to go through if you're not prepared for it, and if you haven't like practiced all the enemy's attacks. So yeah, like through trial and error and a lot of deaths, I learned like the bristleback attacks and all the other enemy attacks, especially the enemy attacks in the Dawn here, because those are a lot more important to be able to dodge completely than the later boss fights. But yeah, they're all still pretty important.
Yeah. Are we doing this any percent skip here? No.
Nope, we got
Okay.
charged up our heavies for the embassy. I
Nice.
also need to invest in quick trap because that's going to help on like the boss fight in this next fight.
Yeah, phase 3. And so
I was just
all of the machines in this game have a finite number of attacks. So like everything they do, like if you can tell what, you know, how to proc them to maybe do like a thunderjaw to do a tail swing or a drop or something like that, or you know, to use like a distance attack or something like that. So everything has a range, everything has a way to get it to kind of do things. It really is just trial and error. A lot of it is learning their movements, timing that with things like Hunter's reflexes, where you can jump in the air and aim and slow things down. I know Beta and I are huge advocates of like just getting in the air, you know, immediately aiming and trying to get some shots off, because if you're really good at doing it fast, it's a slow down technique, but it can be really quick if you can launch something off at a weak spot. So those are the kind of things like you just practice over and over again. Like just using these bristlebacks as, you know, just an example, the way they buck around and stuff, like if you get used to that movement, you can anticipate and shoot a canister. You can shoot a tusk. You can get a spot that will do extra damage. So nice smoke bomb usage. Really well done.
Only got like one of them, but yeah, thank you.
Yeah. The phase here is kill 6 enemies. So there's a bunch of chargers and human enemies. So you need any combination of 6 to get through this phase. So you'll see Beta kind of going after, you know, one or the other.
And utilizing those quick heavy charge setups that I've been doing yet again. We'll be using them throughout this entire run, but they're really helpful, especially because like you can instantly like lock on into an enemy and you'll just kind of like home in
Yep.
Um,
Yeah, Aloy will cover distance with a heavy attack, like really far sometimes. She like magnetizes to enemies, which is really useful if you can get it to work.
and like normally it's not like I don't think it was like a design problem, but because they knew that you would have to charge up your heavy attack for a while, so they probably wanted you to be able to like, if something started getting away from you, to be able to lock on. But yeah, like it is pretty overpowered how well you can like home on to enemies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's a nice little reward for at least taking the chance on it too. Something that the game doesn't have, as you'll notice, B-Dud can never just hold up his spear and block something. There's no blocking in Forbidden West. Lots of really cool melee additions from the ZD version, but no blocks, no parries, no way to protect yourself with your spear. So even against human enemies, you'll find that they have blocks, they have parries, but you do not. So something we're hoping to see.
You just got to go at
later
it classic Dark Souls style, dodge rolls only.
Dodge rolls only, absolutely. Yeah, it's one of those things where we like to make jokes because it's just like how or who in the room maybe didn't come up with this, you know, over at Gorilla, but it's all good.
This is.
I mean, I could totally see the fact that, I mean, Aloy's meant to be like hyper mobile. You know, you see the long slide, the aggressive movement on the heavy attack. So the idea of standing and letting action come to her is not really something that's been in their the whole kind of flow of combat to this point. Not that they couldn't change that for a future game.
Yeah, honestly, that's not even her personality. I think as a character, she's a go-getter and like a you know, go get things done. So yeah, I agree with that. That's for sure.
Nice. Come at me. Thank you. So this guy we try to prop with 3 acid bombs to get off his armor. He still has his helmet on, which I don't like, but and then we kind of just like try to stun lock him. Again.
Yeah, so it's just this use over and over and over again.
If this were a fighting game, he'd have totally quit by now.
Yep.
Ideally, we didn't want his shield to come back, but eventually, once he takes enough damage, he'll go like in a stun state like that, and this will do enough damage to kill him off.
Nice.
Yeah, that fight can usually take a while if you don't know what you're doing, like 2-3 minutes plus.
Yeah, and his moves are hard to interrupt. If he gets started with some of his physical attacks, they're just, you can't stop him, and he swings all over the place, and Aloy almost always gets knocked down. So there's a great chance that you're going to die if he knocks you over, especially in this fight. Because we haven't really leveled up that much. We're level 7, so, you know, health has only gone up 70 points since the start of the game. That's nothing on Ultra Hard.
Yeah, and something I want to mention is like, especially with that Gruta boss there, like that can be pretty tough, like when starting out to be able to perform something like that really fast. Like it's going to be hard to do the combo to stun lock him every single time, and like me there, you might not be able to do enough before he like brings his shield up, and it's hard to like react and adapt to some of the stuff. And like that's something that I had to work on for a while, because I know another runner was like able to do Ruta like a minute faster than me for a while, and it's something that I would work on over time, come back to and practice a little bit more. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's like just rinse and repeat, like practicing on your own versus like looking at how others do it and try to see if you can like see where you're going wrong, or see if you can see more in case you know what to do when things do go wrong. I am going to buy some special things right here. I have a list. So we are going to buy some Fanghorn antlers, just one.
Need a Leap Lasher coil here too.
Maybe if I have enough. Yeah,
yeah, we got them.
I forget if these actually. I need a Scrapper Circ and a Fanghorn Circulator. Okay. And this is going to be for other weapons and outfits in like 20 minutes or so. And then back to that Leap Lasher, wherever it is.
Right, blue.
There we
Middle.
go.
There you go.
Because I had enough process blocks. Process blocks, you only have one means really to get process blocks in the Daunt, and that was that one area before we were introduced to the bristlerbacks for the first time. So,
Yeah,
and it's
so
a little
way
RNG
back,
if we
yeah.
were going to have enough for the leaf lasher coil, but by us buying the leaf lasher coil there, also this happens.
I gave everything
Oh,
I had
hey,
this that
nice.
time at Pharaoh Swarm.
Your mount already went through, so I don't know if it's gonna work. Does
There
it
we
work?
go.
Yeah, it does. Nice.
Yeah,
So there's some neat clips you can do through the walls, and your mount is your friend for this one. This is another relic ruin where you would have to go around and blow some stuff up and do a puzzle. Nope, we'll just ride through the wall. Turn your turn your
relic-
focus to the left, and she just kind of phases through. But the mount, for some reason, when you jump into that wall, there's a little bit of a gap before it, and the mount will jump into the wall and then just kind of phase into it. And then if you just activate your focus, turn the camera to the left, she just phases through it. And then you get off your mount, grab the relic, restart from save, and you're good to go. Really cool tricks for relics in this game.
I was going to say, you answered my question, which was how? And the answer is for some reason.
For some reason, yeah, the mount just helps you get through there. I don't know why it works, but there's other places we can use it as well to make it work. So it's one of those things where you just kind of play with hitboxes in this game. They're really suggestions, actually. They may be right next to each other, but you can find a gap. I promise.
Yeah, that was one of the cases of we literally just kept banging our heads against the wall until something worked.
Quite literally, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like, if I had to put my thinking cap on, it's one of those kinds of things where, especially if you have what's technically two-player characters here, it's almost like the game engine is expecting to, like, try to take the vector of the movement of the two characters between them. And, like, since you already had the mount moving. But, yeah, I couldn't tell you how trying to figure out, like, how to change your viewpoint is the thing that actually flags that as working.
Yeah, and like there's a more inconsistent methods for you to get through too, but that's the consistent way to always get through.
Yeah, someone just activated their focus and was like, oh, hey, do this, turn your camera a little bit, and it'll just force you through. And I was saying earlier, like, the camera's really important in this game. Perspective is important, like, that kind of thing. You really can just kind of break checkpoints with where you're looking and what you're doing. So, like, being able to do it, you know, for clipping through and stuff like that, it just seems to work as well. So, yeah, it's almost like your camera is a third entity. It's the Lakitu of Forbidden West. So we're making Goomba references earlier. Stick with the Mario theme.
True, yeah.
Yeah.
Aloy has learned the power of Z targeting.
So here we have a hologram that we listen to, and there's no way for us to skip this hologram dialogue, but we can, as long as we don't go too far, like explore the areas around it. This is a spot where we could like kill those leaf blasters and try to get a leaf blaster coil because we need one for this next area that we get into to craft like a special tool. But because this is, I'm doing extra routing for process blocks for extra resources, I was able to actually buy
The part that we need, yeah.
Yeah, already, so we don't even have to deal with the RNG there.
And hey, for what it's worth, I don't want to skip any Lance Reddick if I can help it. Rest in peace, an absolutely legendary voice in gaming and in other places.
Yeah, absolutely. That's my background for our Learning the Horizon, is the Lance Reddick Memorial in the Burning Shores. So they added a patch where they put in a little Hollywood kind of hologram sign of Lance Reddick's name, which is really cool.
Yeah, definitely.
I need some deep water kindle. There we go.
Yeah.
that's
Well,
the
while
other
we're doing just a little
resource.
bit of farming here, if I have a minute to tell you about something else that's really cool,
Yeah.
which
go
is
ahead.
that Games Done Quick is hiring. We are actually actively looking for new showrunners for the fall 2025 Hotfix season. So if you have experience hosting shows or events, like some of the people in this call admitted to earlier, and experience planning things of that nature, we'd love to hear from you. You can go to gamesdonequick.com/jobs for more information, and applications will be closing on July 20th. So that is the end of this week.
Awesome. Opportunities with GDQ.
It is, it's pretty neat. I can't lie.
Yeah. We seem to have fun here. I think it's my third time on GDQ now for different events, and I've always had a good time when we're here, so.
Well, welcome back.
Yeah. I think I'm almost always with B-Dud.
Enough.
Look, if I know anything, it's that the PlayStation Nation sticks together.
Yeah, we sure do.
And use it.
So B-Dud is about to use a skip that I found. We call the Igniter skip. There's a 30-second dialogue cut here, like we were saying earlier. Dialogue's really important here. If you save a dialogue on the way in, so there's a small machine behind us that is broken, called a plow horn. And there's a certain line of dialogue, if you look at it on your way in, that Aloy says about, Silence using it to haul Hades in there, in that circular machine. We can save that dialogue to cancel this one right here.
There we go.
And you'll see now he got the schematics for an igniter, and that saves you about 34 seconds of dialogue from Silence, just waxing poetic as he likes to do. We all do love Lance Reddick's voice, but he does go on. So we found a way in any percent to cancel that dialogue. If you go underwater in any percent, dialogue cancels. Because Aloy can't technically talk underwater until you get the rebreather that we make later on in Act 2. Once you have that, you can actually speak underwater, and dialogue continues when you go underwater. But in early game, it doesn't. And so we would actually, in any percent, run all the way down to the water on our mount after we do that, bit there in the cave, and cancel the dialogue that way. And so when we got to New Game Plus, we're like, how do we cancel that now? So we found a way to use that dialogue to make that work. So missing a jump, but B-Dud here going to show you a way to skip about 20 minutes of gameplay.
This is a good casual way to do it, so if anyone wants to use it at home, just go over here, swim up that ledge, take this pullcaster, and boom, you just skipped like 5 minutes of basically going in other rooms and listening to a lot of lore.
And 5 minutes is like a low point. If you don't listen to the lore, it's 5 minutes. If you sit and listen to all the dialogue, it's probably longer. But this area kind of introduces you to what's going on with Hades and how they tested, a way to reset the world if Gaia didn't get it right.
Except for that console.
So we have, what is it, 1, 2, 3 different ways-ish to make that work. But all of them lead to, a bunch of time save in all of our runs. Aloy tends to climb right up on the way that B-Dud did that in the water to grab a pullcast point, and then the launch and glider that we get. So way back at the embassy, we fought, B-Dud was stun locking Grutta, the boss of the embassy fight. And after that, we pick up a glider. And so now B-Dud can glide through the air. Aloy can actually get a little bit of an extra boost in things now. So if you press X and square together, ever since the Burning Shores got added to the game, on PS5 you can use these jumps where she'll really glide a long way if you press the buttons together. Usually you would press jump and then press square to open the glider. If you do them at the same time, she'll get this kind of extra long hover almost as she gets to the top of her jump. We use that endlessly in this run, just because of the extra, reach that it gives us, and it also helps us to grab things that are just a little bit higher than, we would normally be able to get. But that's one of the things that helps us to get kind of onto that platform without having to, grab on and climb to anything, because normally you would like launch off something, jump over, kind of climb up at the end. But we get so much extra height that we can actually just land wherever we need to. So B-Dud now looking to kind of set up all these spots for shooting one more time to kind of take each out. On Ultra Hard, you have to shoot each of these a bunch of times. On Story, it's a single shot. So getting them all to kind of work, and then dodging attacks between them.
Yeah, so me not shooting, like, once I destroy the first one, he has an evolved moveset that's a little bit more dangerous and harder to, like, avoid. So we try to put damage into all of them to mitigate how long he's in that moveset.
Yeah, exactly. As you move along in this fight, he starts to use different attacks, and they all depend on how close you are to him, whether or not there's something between you and him, that kind of stuff. So putting all that kind of damage in early allows us to just focus on a single shot between avoiding those attacks. So, but Eric is the enemy here. He cannot be damaged, so you'll notice B-Dud's not attacking him at all. He can't be damaged here. They have a shield that makes them impervious. So our objective is actually to knock this thing off the ceiling. And that puts us down underneath. B-Dud skips, you know, the cutscene, and then now we're down in the water underneath and escaping. So we'll see some of those neat camera usage here. So normally you'd have to swim all the way through this place. You'll be avoiding Spectre shots and stuff like that. I would assume you have on thalassophobia relief, because there's no breathing. Yeah, so one of the things they added in the accessibility features of this game, if you don't like to be underwater for any reason, we understand you, we get you, and you don't have to breathe underwater. So there's a little space here where you see Beta kind of drop down and then restarted from save. What happens when you drop down is that there's a structure behind you and it pushes your camera forward into the wall. And as soon as your camera kind of moves forward and you're looking kind of up and into that other room through the grate, it thinks that Aloy's in the room and that you should be able to have that checkpoint, because that's how it triggers when you get there going the normal way. So we get in there, squish our camera into that little space, look into the right direction, and you can just restart from save and skip about, 2 minutes of swimming and avoiding death.
Yeah, I really like that skip. It's really
Nice.
neat. Yeah, like
Yeah, it was a
3,
neat little
4
find.
rooms, kind of.
Yeah.
Figure out who those strangers in the proving lab were.
All right, but now we're out of Death's Door. That is one of the more easier levels in this ultra hard any percent run. But
It's very scripted, yeah.
yeah, we're preparing ourselves. The next big thing is to go to Tau, and we got to prepare ourselves for our first really big boss battle, which is
It's a huge difficulty jump, yeah.
yeah, you tried to do some early routing for this category back in the day that fell short when we basically, or I know it fell short for me when I basically got to the Grimhorn boss fight, because it just ups everything, and it's just you don't know how you're gonna get through this fight in less than 10 minutes, unless you have something routed out very well. So yeah, it took a while to route it out, but once we did, basically set us up for something to use for the route for the rest of the game too. So, and that's going to be our melee build, which is, yeah, it's going to be pretty crazy. We have to do all the hunting grounds that we get a fast travel point here in 30 seconds, but we'll do all of them to give us enough skill points to kind of be able to invest in big Valor Surge, basically our ultimate ability. For dealing extra melee might, 300% extra damage if you have it leveled up all the way, pretty much.
Yeah, one of the things they added in Forbidden West that you didn't have in ZD are these things called Valor Surges, and so Aloy has these special abilities that she can do, and one of them really adds a bunch of damage to your melee attacks, which is cool because it makes melee worth using if you want to use that. And especially for this run where you've seen the Cyclone attack B-Dud's been doing, the cancellations where you can get heavy attacks over and over where you'd normally have to take several seconds to set those up. We're going to make super use of that for the rest of the run. So
here's our first trial. These can actually be quite hard on ultra hard because, like we were saying earlier, there's increased awareness in the enemies.
The detection, yeah.
So they can hear you a lot easier. So these have to be pinpoint accurate in order for us to do the fast strats with them. Otherwise,
and
we're gonna get detected.
sometimes the burrowers like to be in different spots. Yeah, you got caught.
Yeah, looking at the middle top of the HUD, basically, you'll see the question mark where that's what was that? And they will investigate it. But if it's red, it means that I'm basically gonna have to reset because it takes 40 seconds for them to lose your scent or whatever.
Yep. So this trial, we have to loot these chests while not being noticed by the machines. And so B-Dud kind of went on the outside there and jumped over the wall, and then now he's making some smoke so that things don't see him as he comes through. Looks like we got noticed though.
We did. Yeah, that's not gonna work.
Yep.
Yeah, this is something that can be pretty reset. You might have to go through it several times because it's so precise.
I noticed you're running through to the second one. You don't glide up. I've always glided to make sure they don't see me, I guess. Once I get this one, I use that glide. and stay above this second chest. But there's different ways you can do this, and like I was saying, the burrowers aren't always in the same place. So if there's one to your left, it can be really close to you, or it could be kind of far away, kind of like underneath where the challenge giver is standing, kind of up on a higher ledge. So like there's really some RNG to this as well, but usually they kind of respawn to the same place. But there's one burrower in here that likes to be in different places depending on where you are. So, but getting through it, nice work.
You might have also noticed that I just like ran away after that fight. That's because when you run away from a trial after it's completed, it just automatically gives you the resources, and that skips. You have to go through kind of like the completion screen, which stays up for like 5-6 seconds.
Yep. Yeah, you can just run away from a hunting ground after you've finished the trial, and it'll give you your rewards. And if you've completed it, the right way. So that's also something you started using during bingo matches and stuff like that. It started saving a lot of time when we would do, you'd have bingo squares for different trials and stuff for places, and it's like, oh yeah, you can just run away and get stuff.
Yep. And we're gonna utilize it again here to utilize that idea to go over here and get a collectible. So you see on the left hand side, it shows all the stuff that I got to confirm that we did get the hunting ground resources. But yeah, utilizing that, and then I can like go over here and get this relic ruin early, because we used to get this like on our way to Tau, but now I get it here to help with this sort of hunting ground strat, and then I can just fast travel back. And it'll be like, yeah, you don't have to have a confirmation box, yay.
Yeah, it's super helpful. And so doing these gives us skill points, resources, all kinds of stuff. Not to mention, these are different styles of burrowers and stuff. So like in different things, when we come here to do hunting ground trials, you can get materials for weapons and all that kind of stuff. So I'm not generally a fan of hunting grounds in this game. They're gimmicky and weird, but I'm appreciative of the rewards that they give. So especially for runs like this where you kind of have to maximize what you can do in a short period of time. Some of these trials can be done really quickly, and you'll see the way that B-Dud's gliding in. Both the stealth trials for this location, actually gliding and getting an attack from above, is a way to make these work really quickly, because they just count for stealth attacks basically. All right, so we're in Plainsong.
I bought the frostbow. That's going to be used very late in the game. Trying to make sure my resources are what I want them to be. Yep, okay. Yep, we're all good. This is very important. You do need to upgrade your outfit, because you know how we were saying we were like 1 hit, 2 hits all the time? Well, the boss fight in this next area that we're about to get to is gonna be kind of it's really hard. There's gonna be lots of machines hitting you at once, and it's basically impossible, no matter how hard you try, to not get hit once, because it's multiple enemies trying to hit you at one time. So upgrading this outfit to tier 3 allows you to actually survive 1 hit at this next spot. It's also used later for being able to kind of it has melee damage benefits also.
Yeah, it comes with a coil or a weave. It's weaves on outfits that adds to your melee damage. It adds a level to your melee damage. You can get +2, I think, weaves at some point, but I don't think you get those in this run. But yeah, this one, you'll see him switching between this and another outfit later on, just for the effects that you get from them.
Yeah, getting bonus damage on what should conventionally be considered a defensive slot is pretty few and far between, I would imagine.
Yeah, they actually do a really good job of adding both defensive and offensive, different weaves and stuff for your outfits. So there's lots of things like you can get weaves for low health, extra stuff for both defense and offense. You can get things like extra resistance to certain elemental attacks and things like that. So they've really added kind of a lot of customization in Forbidden West. There's a lot that you can do with different outfits having different combinations of attacks and boons and things like that. Having anywhere from 3 to 5 extra, attributes that you can add or things like that, and ranging from a small addition to kind of a large addition to different stats. Yeah, you can really make things work for whatever difficulty you want. And then the ability to kind of stack things by using New Game Plus or the duplication glitch that I was talking about earlier, you can really make Aloy kind of whatever you want her to be.
So here we are at Tau, the big arena. I think we had a break scheduled for the start of Tau.
Yeah, or we could just do it at the act break, whatever you feel.
Okay.
Yeah. You probably finish the fight, I would say. There's some really cool skips here.
Look,
This is
you're
arguably
hanging
my
out with
favorite
us
one.
here pretty much all evening. You call for the breaks when you feel like you want them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Nice.
So Leap Lashers, this is an annoying fight because they leap around. The Horizon speedrunning community has a hatred for the Leap Lashers. Yeah, these...
Leap lashers and clamber
Oh,
jaws, absolutely.
Sorry.
Ooh, you're good. Gamer noises are gonna happen. We totally
This
get
is
it.
another reason why we upgrade the outfit. If you don't upgrade that outfit, that would have killed me.
That absolutely would have taken him out, yeah. And it's definitely from this point on that we really have to be cognizant
This
of
might
the
kill me.
attacks. This is over.
Ooh.
Yep.
Yeah, the finishers
one's
like
a one
that
hit.
will one hit kill you no matter what on this
Yep.
difficulty. That's the first death, I think, though. That's not too
Hey,
bad.
You are correct.
First death for B-Dot, everybody.
Not like any you've seen before.
Yeah, so they have several enemies in this where like they just have really annoying characteristics. And Leap Lashers, Clamberjaws, which are like apes. What else do we have? Like things like Shellwalkers that have shields, things that move around a lot. Like it just is hard to fight them because, yeah, that's over. Because like it is difficult to get a weak spot, to land a melee attack, to get, some kind of weakness or elemental damage on them. Like it just becomes more difficult with the movement. So, yeah, this is our first real test of enemies that are just really fast, really powerful, and 3 of them is just more than enough to be a challenge.
Alright. Yeah, the more enemies, the more you have to keep track of at all times. But, like, there's lots of things for me thinking about in this situation of, like, okay, do I knock them down to keep them out of the fight for a little bit? Do I go for their coil to do some explosive damage to them and maybe their the nearby enemies if I can get them, or maybe me if I'm too close. And then sometimes if I have electric traps like I tried to use at the beginning there, I'll use it as a way to stun the enemies if I'm starting to have trouble with the fights and need to do some more like safety strats. Okay, that's 2 down, we should be good.
It doesn't seem like Varl and Zoe are helping very much this time around. One thing I noticed in your world record video is they did a lot of help. Like, so...
Yeah, that can be kind of RNG if they're...
Yeah, that's very much, like... Varl and Zoe are with you throughout all the fights in this, and they can be either super helpful or really kind of a hindrance.
Does their damage and their capabilities scale in the same way as yours on this difficulty, or
I
actually
don't
don't
think
know.
so. I don't think so.
I was gonna say I wouldn't be surprised if they're technically more powerful than you to an extent.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
never
I mean,
rely on them.
No, absolutely not. The only fight I think where you can rely on good damage is in the Poseidon split later in Act 2, where they're using like an actual ballista gun kind of thing, and they do a fair bit of damage on ultra hard. But This one, you kind of want them to be a distraction for the enemies, you know, so that you can get off what you need to do without being attacked constantly. And they didn't seem to be doing a great job of that either, so.
Twisted around that node on the other side.
So we have the dreaded 3 Tau rooms here. That first one's the hardest one, which I was able to pull off really, really cleanly.
Nice job not getting the handholds there. Nice work.
And you may notice sorry, go ahead.
No, you don't have the jump slash at this point, right?
Yeah,
Like you don't use that in this run? Yeah, so there is some melee things you can do to help with your glide here. But ultimately, we're skipping like whole sections of this place just by using our glider. So there are things you can land on and kind of jump across gaps that you would otherwise have to kind of puzzle your way through. And so you can do, you know, probably save 5 minutes on casual play if you're going through this section. And those skips which were executed perfectly, nice job, make this like my favorite split. Tau has always been my favorite, especially in New Game Plus, because like in New Game Plus story, it really is like a test of your movement and your ability to take out machines quickly here. It's really a lot of fun. So we'll restart from save to skip cutscene and have our override available again. And now B-Dot is about to go at one of the hardest fights in this run.
Yeah, so this is the fight.
I'm just going to be quiet.
So we're going to set up 2 blast traps here at the start, and then he's going to attack us, get him into that, and now we are going to... I need to set up... Ooh, that's going to hurt. I need to set up my heavy cancels.
Then I'll get the big guy.
And there are 4 enemies here. One is the Grimhorn, the big one, which will always focus on B-Dud.
There we go.
There is a long leg and 2 scroungers, and the scroungers are Apex, I believe. The long leg is not.
Yes.
And Apex is like the upgraded version here of enemies. So the Grimhorn is what we're going to focus on to, you know, make sure we're getting through this. The other enemies will not attack him until the Grimhorn goes down, unless he hits them. So if you go after any of the other machines, and it seems like that long leg is just
or make incidental contact.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I'm worried
just
about.
begging to be hit. Then they will focus on him, so that makes the fight much harder. So he really has to focus on not hitting them and not getting in the way of their attacks that might be aimed at Varl or so as well. So
the Grimhorn's supposed to go down, be knocked down after 2 heavy attacks every time he stops being unconscious, but sometimes that just doesn't work. I never have known why. Yeah, so like there's gonna be times where I'm like expecting him to go down, but then he's gonna like hit anyways.
Yeah, you're pushing it for one more hit.
Yeah, I'll play this next one more safely. But yeah, like this is really crazy because with this like sort of also I forgot one little thing. I should probably start investing in this. This is the valid surge that we need later for the next fight, and we start building this up, kind of like building up the levels to charge it with this fight. There we go. Let me charge up my heavy attack. Let's try to get this guy over here. Okay. Let's try to.
How about you join us over here, away from the rest of the fight?
Yeah. I don't know why Varl was trying to join the party over here, but come on, go deal with your enemies over on the other side of the arena. Thank you.
I mean, to be fair, Varl has been following Aloy around this entire game.
All right, got our consistent 2 knockdowns.
Yes. Looking good. So we have to do this maybe like 6 times total of like getting him down. But like specifically at this point, like the melee damage that we're really getting from here that's going to be worth is like the critical hits, because like these critical strikes you see 350 damage. We have some extra buffs where the critical strike is doing, I think, 100 more damage than what it's supposed to right now with the skills that we invested. So that like overall really helps with the DPS. I need to I have leveled up my Valor Surge already to level 1, so I want to make sure that I'm getting EXP to get it to level 3 during this. Alright.
Nice.
So this guy... You don't want him to do the projectile moves either, because those are just annoying to dodge.
Yeah, they're really fast. Like, the explosions happen almost immediately. It's really hard to time.
Based off of where you are to the enemy, he will do like close range attacks, long range attacks, so... and most of the time, long range attacks are just like, oh no, I got caught up in the gunfire of the other enemy as it was trying to target zone. That's kind of just
That's really
unfortunate.
bad luck.
Yeah.
I can override nearby to shut it down.
All right, we got this. Okay, down. Critical strike. Sometimes I can also do like a quick hit in midair if I want to tag on a slight little damage, but it's not like enough to really...
Not really enough to reduce it by a cycle. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good dodging.
Thank you.
It's so quick. Like, some of the things you have to do in this game, and especially later when we get the spike thrower, you'll be throwing things like right in front of your face that explode and would take Aloy out, and you kind of have to like time a dodge at the point that you let go of the attack, because like things will the things that explode in this game explode based on hitbox radius, basically. Like, once the hitbox is contact, something goes boom, and that can be right in your face when you let things go. So you want to be like throwing and doing a bunch of damage with these explosive attacks, but you also have to dodge out of the way immediately. So.
Ooh. Okay. We're fine. Should be almost dead. There we go.
All right, all right.
Now we just have to
Finish
once
up strong. Yeah.
Yeah. So now
Yeah, so we have
once-
3 more machines. Yep.
and they're gonna start targeting me now, so I'm gonna play this safely.
Lasers. God, we hate lasers.
And I'm like vulnerable to plasma right now, so
Run away! Oh
No!
yeah, you got. Oh,
We have to get down there.
long leg getting in the way, and so
unfortunately.
now he has to kill the Grimhorn again.
Preempted.
that's-
There should
Like
be
I said,
Yeah,
this
this-
is a really hard fight. It's
Oh, for
one
sure.
that's really put a struggle on us a lot in the community. This is where all the routing would normally stop. So it's because this is a very particular setup that has to be very perfect in order to get through. But this is definitely like the biggest roadblock to the rest. After this, we'll have kind of more. There's still going to be risky methods for sure, and we expect to die in this run a fair amount.
If I can detach them, I can
But
use them against it.
this is one where it's like has to be absolutely perfect, no mistakes are allowed. Okay.
About there.
Okay,
There it is.
Grimhorn's dead.
Now we take our time. The cover on... So, once you get to the apex level, or once you kind of killed a few of a certain machine in this game, they will start to get things like armor over their components. Makes it really hard to, take out the weak points on the enemy. And they here have, no matter how many scroungers you've actually killed, already have that armor. So you'll see B-Dub like hitting the things on the butts, trying to blow them up with an electric attack. It takes a few shots sometimes to make that work.
Yeah, casually having enemies like adapt to you is such a cool mechanic, but I have to imagine that intentionally avoiding things to try to keep that from happening and then walking into this fight seeing it happen anyways is gotta be daunting.
Okay, we did.
Yeah, the upgrade of
GGs.
enemies. Nice work.
Thank
The
you.
upgrade of enemies in this game is constant, so even like later in the game, they just start to have more, more armor. They get stronger. They have, different attacks. Like things will blow up when they die when they're apex. Like there are things that happen like that you just kind of have to watch out for and learn as you go through. So
All right.
Yes.
Is now a good time for a break?
I feel
I
like
would say
you could
this is a good
probably
stop.
use one as a bit of a
Yeah.
respite from all the adrenaline just there. So, yeah, on these longer runs, especially a run this difficult and long in tandem, we do like to take wellness breaks. So we're going to put a pause on the timer and come back in just a few minutes for more Horizon Forbidden West. Take the time to be good to yourself as well, and we'll be right back with more Hot. Welcome back to Out of the Box on the Games Done Quick Hotfix. We are refreshed, recharged, and ready to go for more Horizon Forbidden West action. B-Dud, take it away.
All right, so let's just go right back into it. Starting time in 3, 2, 1, go. So yeah, we just completed Act 1 of the game, or kind of. This is kind of like the interlude between Act 1
yeah,
and
I would say this is the cap on Act 1. Yep.
I don't
So,
think so.
yeah, we just got through our first big boss fight. Act 2 is gonna present a lot more, it's basically gonna allow us to have more resources, more leveled up weapons and outfits, so fights are still gonna be hard, but they're not gonna be as hard, hopefully. Although, something that I've been amazed, that I've realized is that the Valor Surge, when you die in a fight, you kind of, lose any like skills that you invested in.
Oh yeah, so now you got to do that again.
So we didn't actually get any of the XP to put into this. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna restart that because that was the wrong seal that I didn't want to do. Oh, it put us back here. Well, but yeah, this is something that we have to invest in right now, since we would have done this earlier at the hunting grounds, but just gotta... Unfortunately for this, there is no speedrunning strats for investing in these skill points here. You just gotta kind of wait on that little circle around the X prompt to slowly make its way by. As a speedrunner.
If the Yakuza games have taught me anything, investing in yourself takes time.
And it's one of my biggest pet peeves about the HCD menus are so fast. They're so fast.
True.
They're almost instantaneous. And then like they added this neat little circle animation to Forbidden West. Just hang out. We know that you're learning. It takes time.
Yes.
Yeah.
At least the emergency lights work. What just
I mean, on the
So
one hand,
far-
yes, we are still learning here at our, 800, 1,000, whatever the case may be. On the other hand,
I'll scout ahead. See if there's a
where's
way
the
to get
skip
us in.
button, please?
Yeah.
You sure we shouldn't come with you?
Yeah, Minerva could be dangerous.
All
But I'll
right,
make
so we've
sure
got
it's
some
safe.
dialogue while we wait to open a door here.
Be right here if you
And
need
then
us.
there's some fun climbing, a little bit of platforming here throughout this whole split. So you saw B-Dud kind of jump up the stairs and ride the rails of the railings and all that kind of stuff to shorten that climb. Jumping up inclines is the fastest way to go in Forbidden West and HCD, all the Horizon games. And here we're gonna see a nice little climbing skip where we use our glider to kind of make our way around a section you would normally kind of have to climb around. Takes, you know, a minute and a half, something like that. We're gonna turn it into about 5 seconds. So normally you'd go up to the right here, and B-Dud's gonna just kind of glide over and jump past all that. And then we're gonna take a wee little jump up a wall and skip all the climbing you had to do there. So, you know, nice work.
We love our climbing skips.
Yeah, the glider really was kind of a game changer for Forbidden West. You know, the things you can do with it to skip stuff is it's nothing short of incredible, I would say. It's really fun to use as well. Just as a movement mechanic, it's just really fun if you can, you know, make the far glides work, you know, or super glides and things like that. There are some areas in the Burning Shores where the mechanics of the glider will actually just carry you super high up into the sky and things like that. So there's a lot of cool things that you can do with it. Really neat addition to the game.
So this was supposed to be.
So here we're
So
going to
B-Dud-
use Zoe's dialogue to try to cut off Gaia's dialogue here. It's a little bit, Zoe can sometimes get like stuck in the doorway, like the door will just shut on her AI, so.
Yeah, we get Zoft locked, as we like to say. Yeah, she gets caught in this door that B-Dud's opening here. And because you start up here and then you make your way down, B-Dud went into a little lab and then made his way out because it starts a dialogue, and then went over to Zoe to get her to start talking. That cuts off Gaia's dialogue, and then you can kind of move on, check out this little console in the lab, and then make your way up here to have what we call dialogue percent, which is about 30 seconds-ish, depending on your skipping speed of dialogue. Longest like dialogue skipping section of the game by far.
Yeah, spoiler alert, I'm not the best at... Greedy here is a button mashing pro.
Yeah.
This is like
Yeah, I
one of
think
the
I-
areas that I cannot master is like understanding how to get through the dialogue as fast as possible. So yeah, like Greedy can get through that dialogue in like, what, 29, 30 seconds, and it takes me
Yeah,
like...
I think I've gotten it down like 28. I think as
Wow.
low as I've gotten now. So
Yeah,
yeah,
and,
it's
like,
one of those things where it seems to be like a cadence thing. I mean, we've looked at everything from hardware to like, you know, like how you mash, you know, different mashing techniques. to
Right,
make it
like
work, and,
getting an edge so you have the extra buttons on the back, that sort of thing.
Yeah, yep. And like there's some pretty interesting stuff because like, you know, if you can mash through dialogue faster in this game, there's a lot of dialogue to mash through. There's a fair bit through all of it, and I think in this run there's even more because you find yourself talking to merchants and all kinds of people that you have to kind of skip through that you wouldn't normally talk to in, say, like a New Game Plus run or something like that. So having that kind of skill or being able to kind of, I don't know if it's timing. I still like, even I do it and I still have no idea if I'm just pressing the button as fast as possible or if I'm making like a certain timing work. I've always felt like it's more of a cadence, but I have no idea. But yeah, it's one of those things where you can save easily 30, 40, 50 seconds throughout the run if you're really good at like knowing what dialogue selections to make, knowing when to press the button, that kind of thing. So we've got a good amount of traversal to do here, I guess.
Yeah, this
we're
is
gonna be
the...
covering a good amount of the map here, so.
Yeah, this is the start of Act 2, so the rest of the open world has just opened up to us. So story-wise, we've basically been introduced to like 3 subordinate functions that we have to go to help to like fully repair Gaia. And so they're just scattered across these the world. So we have 3 quests that we can do right now, 3 main quests that we can do in whichever order that we want. So we're headed our way to Poseidon first, but we're not going to complete it right now. We're just going to start it because it helps like start a quest where we have to go get some machine parts, and instead of doing like the main quest intended path for it, we can just get the machine parts during the other main missions. So
Yeah,
It's,
exactly, yeah. The the route is very like it kind of entangles its way through the 3 quests that make up Act 2. The 3 main quests for those sub-functions, like B-Dud said, and one of them is in Las Vegas, so that's where he's headed now. These like towers and stuff that he's kind of running to. So he'll get here, we'll meet some new characters, and get a quest to make that diving mask we were talking about, the thing that helps him breathe underwater. It helps you go like deeper into watery areas of the game. So as you go through, you start to find places that it's like, oh, I can't swim that deep, I can't breathe under there, and that kind of stuff. So you get this item through the quest line, and then you can kind of access those areas throughout the map. Same goes for the other quests. There's always something that you find that you can do or whatever. So here we're going to kind of start this one, and that, like B-Dud said, allows us to look in other areas of the game to find the parts we need to make this mask. Normally, the quest would have you go to a very specific area, fight a very specific herd of machines to pick up the items you need. It's a risky fight, especially on this difficulty. In New Game Plus Ultra Hard, it's hard enough to not die in that fight. And here on any percent, that just makes it even worse. So there's a whole lot that we kind of route into this to fight machines in a place that we would rather fight them, in ways that are easier to take them out than the intended ways that, like, say, the quest would have you do it.
Hello.
So underneath this building, I pried open this chest. Any chest that has that kind of like hold to pry prompt usually has something good. There's a limited supply of them, and usually has like a one-time item or weapon or outfit.
Yeah.
So there I got a bolt blaster, but I'm not going to use it. I'm mainly getting it for shards. Same for how I got an outfit at the start of the Tau entrance. Because that's 200 shards that I can sell. So between that and that weapon that I just got, I'm getting 450 shards extra than what I'll have.
Yeah, and it's super important in this run because you're trying to make sure your resources for ammunition and fast travel and stamina potions and all that stuff is always kind of at max when you can help it. There's a few places where B-Dud will run off to some merchants to make sure that those things are stocked up before a certain fight or a certain quest. So
I was definitely just wondering
that.
about that after we finished, how, thinking like, because the casual playthrough involves a lot of scavenging, not just for animal parts, for kind of the more meta progression upgrades, but also just for health, for, rocks and whatever else you're using to kind of distract enemies. So I figured we'd probably be doing a lot more of our health and wellness needs through a couple of merchant stops routed throughout the run. But
yeah, definitely. And not only that, like, merchants in certain settlements will sell specific coils or weaves that you can use for your weapons. So B-Dud picking up earlier, like after the embassy fight, he stopped at a scavenger group's spot, and they always sell things like machine parts, and they have weapons that you might not get in another area. So picking up those parts and making sure we're having those for an encounter later in the game where we're going to pick up a special bow, a spike thrower, or something like that, or a coil that might go on there and add 25% long range damage or something like that you'd buy in like Longmarch or Thornmarsh or something like that later on in the game. So
All right, we're gonna get our second black box. The last one we got was these are optional collectibles that you can get. So you might be wondering, if it's optional, why are we getting them? Well, in Memorial Grove, there's a vendor that will actually buy these black boxes from us. So if we have 2 of them, we can buy 2 very specific like machine items that are normally kind of hard to come across, or that you have to like break off of a machine, and it's like this whole process. So
yeah, even if you break it off, it's got a drop rate.
yeah, so along with a lot of other things, like this is an optional item that we get in this run just to basically give us the resources to upgrade a weapon in Act 3. That's going to basically improve our damage a lot and make it so that we don't have to like invest in like extra traps or extra resources to finish up the fight, in addition to the weapon that we already have. So Yeah. This so this is the vendor right here. We will want a frost
The other.
sack and
The frost claw webbing. Yeah.
yes,
I could use if you do here, whatever.
frost claw sack webbing.
Low key, one of the little things I've been enjoying during, you mentioned how much dialogue there is and how many cutscenes, especially in the previous cutscene where we just opened that pry box.
If I
Every time the camera whipped pan from one place to another, there was just kind of a little physics interaction with like the water that you were standing in. I've been enjoying the little details like that, the kind of unintended parts of skipping through these scenes so quickly.
I'll do what you
The Decima engine's so amazing. Like the game looks incredible. Like this game like ruins graphics for other games for me. And like anyone who's played Death Stranding 2, I would imagine recently has the same opinion, right? Like the Decima engine is so wonderful for how it looks and like the gameplay and the movement. It's so realistic. And the unintended part of that is when you try to make it go faster, it tries to catch up. And you see all this extra stuff. It's really fun. Like it makes for what we like to call things like dialogue skip poetry. So like the things that you hear while you're doing dialogue skip in an engine like this, you get like 1 word or 1.5 words, and we've had people try to make like poetry out of it. It's amazing, the things you can do with this. So, but yeah, graphics wise, this is easily the like hands down one of the best games I've ever played. And if you play it on PC, it's even better. Honestly.
meet up with Marshal Catallo at Stonecrest.
All right, I'm gonna.
Yeah, it feels like there was a period of time there where, you could look at a game from 3 years earlier or later and it looked like basically the same. But yeah, no, you wouldn't know this is a game from 3 years ago by looking at it necessarily.
Yeah, and even like Zero Dawn was such a graphically like amazing game for its time, way back in 2017 or whatever.
And then they gave it its touch-up version and put it back out again recently.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
So one problem I will have to. So our next big fight is the Tremor Tusk and the Bulwark, and we're gonna be doing a lot of like routing still between all of that, like going to Thornmarsh and getting some supplies there. But something that I will have to try to incorporate is getting my Valor Surge up before the Tremor Tusk, because that fight, like it's literally a 10-minute fight before you have to. Like if you're just shooting it down with your bow. So I think I'm gonna try and change something in my route here, where instead of fighting this this Bellowback towards the end of Act 2, I'm gonna fight it early just for that extra XP. We want to get that camp for a fast travel point later. But yeah, the Bellowback, it's something that I used to do this early in the route, but I routed it out in the most like latest version that you would see Record doing right now, and that's essentially because we can kill it faster than the other method. But yeah, I'm gonna go back on my routes for this one. We have some supplies here that will be good to sell, because when we get to Thornmarsh, basically the reason why we're going to Thornmarsh immediately before doing anything else is because it sells good stuff. It's a late game area, and has basically everything available to us that we need to start like upgrading our pouches or getting like large stamina potions and stuff like that. And it doesn't matter if it's not time lost really for us making our way over there right now, because let me get that campfire. It's not going to be time lost for us because we have to make our way down that path after we get all 3 subordinate functions anyways. So
Yeah. There's a whole lot of stuff we do early on too in several of the categories actually, where it pays to go to a place early and come back later because of like fast travel and things like that. So we pick up a lot of like fireplace or campfires or whatever to fast travel to early in our runs and route that kind of stuff actively, I would say. Like trying to figure out like what's the shortest route between 2 points and how can I get back here as fast as possible if I have to.
yeah, no.
I've been working on that.
Stone's Crest is always merchant heavy if you need things. So and they're all pretty close by each other too. even in the any percent story run, we do a fair bit of purchasing here.
Yep, gonna be a lot of shopping sprees going on.
Hey, hey, well, we're doing a shopping spree in-game. That's a good opportunity to mention the Hotfix Summer Merch Collection, which is now live. If you are enjoying runs like this and our other Hotfix shows, you can head on over to theyeti.com/GDQ to check out the brand new Hotfix shirt, keychain, and sticker pack, some of which you may have seen if you caught us at the Hotfix booth at Summer Games Done Quick last week.
Beta, did you get merch at the GDQ last week?
I did a little bit. Got a shirt. It's nice.
Nice.
I was gonna say, if B-Dud is anything like the rest of us, there might have been some spending at the artist alley on site.
Here I come.
It's awesome.
Yeah, no, it was really cool to have the addition of both spaces for artists who brought in really cool posters, merch, t-shirts, stuff like that, and also spots for developers. Everyone was having a lot of fun playing new games, demos, Unbeatable, the kind of rhythm action game, a big favorite there, I would say.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, seeing all that was awesome. Like, so lively and just good to see everyone having fun on the GDQ floor.
All right.
Absolutely.
Picking up an important weapon here, another pry chest, spike thrower, which is pretty heavy damage dealer. But yeah, making his way down into here, and then
We want to make sure we look at the tall neck because that kind of like gives us a point of fast travel back to it. So we're gonna go over here and get a temporary, like, we're gonna get a campfire to basically get over here later in the run. But then, like, we're gonna fast travel over to the tall neck, and it always puts us in the same spot, which is kind of on the south end of the redwoods. So it kind of saves a little bit of time to do things like this. So
yeah, so we've made our way quite a bit closer to the coast here, as far as like the map goes. But yeah, you've got the western United States kind of area that Aloy makes her way across very quickly, obviously, going from Vegas to the Redwoods in such a short time on 4 legs. Seems incredible. But yeah,
Shout outs to Steve.
yeah, absolutely. He's replacing high-speed trains everywhere. But yeah, we've got several like notable locations we'll be going to here in the late game. So Western United States, San Francisco, that kind of stuff. But
And hey,
even like
if you are out west, Games Done Quick is heading over to PAX West August 29th to September 1st. We have run submissions open, I think, like today or yesterday for that. So they are open until July 27th if you want to showcase your runs live in Seattle. Selected runners do also receive a full event badge, so you can go over to gdq.gg/submit if you're looking for that.
ooh, that sounds fun.
all right, so this is where my the Belloback that I would normally fight later, but I'm gonna fight right now to try to build up my Valor Surge. So what's nice about these machines in Forbidden West and in the Horizon games is that they have these nice coils that you can abuse and kind of shoot. So this guy isn't going to be too hard if we end up at the damage that I'm doing now. He'll still like try to attack us a little bit at the end, but for the most part we can like shock him and then try to do our massive like crit strikes or heavy attack damage while he's down for the count. So
Yeah, and the enemies, like larger enemies, will have like packs of these coils that you can hit, so you can get them like Vita's doing here multiple times over, and kind of chain them together to keep them in a, keep them incapacitated for a while, I guess.
but like it's something that we're going to be utilizing through the entirety of the run. Is like just the weak point. It's not just like something that's going to help in the casual boost. Like it actually makes a really big difference with everything that we do to take advantage of those weak points to go as fast as we possibly can. Not just because that they're weak for it, but just because like putting them into opportunities to get like knocked down to the ground, like it's just, yeah, it just really helps a lot to get them in a knocked out state on this difficulty.
Yeah,
so,
like keeping yourself safe, absolutely. So
yeah, so we have to fight that guy at some point. Like we routed in this guy because that gives us the part to progress onto Poseidon. It can be any Bellowback, but yeah, we choose that one because it's on our route to Thornmarsh.
yeah, and there are certain items you have to get for quests too. I guess like to the point of like we're routing in these enemies for a reason. They give certain items that you can't otherwise get unless you've started the quest. Like you wouldn't find a Bellowback filter or whatever that you need for this thing we're gonna craft unless you started the quest. Like they're just not things you find casually in the game. So that's a pretty classic thing with Horizon, where like quests will have items that don't show up unless you've started them or whatever. So picking up another relic.
Yeah, very fast method that we're using there. Where again, like just like all the relic ruins are busted in this game, all the strats to skip them. Yeah, doing a well-placed extended shield jump there by timing our shield wing at the right time to extend our height at the best possible moment, we can just skip that whole elevator shaft puzzle. I have a very big shopping spree that I gotta do here at Thornmarsh, so I'm gonna need to do some reading for this. Always forget exactly what I need to do, but basically we're gonna be
got
buying
a fair
lot
bit
of
amount here too.
a lot of skins and stuff. So we have Snowbird. We need to buy 5 of this for a food item. We need to buy 2 blue boars, which I believe I already got. 2 blue foxes, which I already have. 1 blue goose. 1 blue rabbit. 2 blue squirrels. 1 purple fox, got that. 1 purple horned. 1 purple prairie dog. Okay.
I didn't realize till I just scrolled into the notes how long this was.
Yeah, it's a lot.
For a second there, I thought we were putting together a Dr. Seuss book.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Filling up our stamina potions.
Yep.
And
now we need to go over and actually utilize all the skins that we got to do pouch upgrades. So most of them are for
that's where I was
upgrading
going.
pouches.
Is it? Yeah, the resource pouches, the ammunition pouches, like.
Yeah, it's very important for us to upgrade this because not only does it like mean that we don't have to craft as much in a fight, it means that we can store more ammo so we don't run out in the middle of a fight. So
Yeah.
all of them are very crucial to, yeah, they're very, very crucial.
I didn't notice in the notes, and maybe we don't use it. Do you use any of the ammunition upgrade? Like how many ammunition you craft per... Like, do you have increases in how much you do when you craft your own ammunition, so you don't have to do it as often as well? Or do you not do any of those skills? Is that a thing here, or is that only in CD? Now I have to look.
Sorry, I am
No, you're good. Do your
so
thing.
focused on what I need to be doing here. I'm so sorry, Gritty.
No worries.
I need to get a little bit
Just
of
gonna
this.
look.
Yeah, so like I have like pretty much exactly the amount of shards. Like you see, like I have 80 left. Like that was perfect.
Nice.
Yeah, and I need to make sure I have good fast travel packs. Yeah, I have good fast travel packs. Okay, so now we go back to here. Okay, so that was our little shopping spree. Lots of little things everywhere. Need to make sure that I have some traps that, fun fact, like getting a trap for the first time gives you the crafting recipe. So you like elite and advanced acid traps, I can't start crafting them until I've either found one in the wild or I've bought one. So that gives me the ability to craft more now, just having one of them. So that's something that we'll definitely use, not on the Tremor Tusk, but on a lot of the other fights coming up, like for beta on the Spectres. My Valor Surge is still not full, so I will have to do a little bit of extra side cleanup on Chargers after Stonecrest here to try to replenish some Valor, which honestly I don't know how long it's going to take. It might take like 30 seconds, it might take 2 minutes. So yeah, that's something to be prepared about.
Yeah. Yeah, and the Valor Surge is that purple bar on the bottom for folks who are wondering. But yeah, that has multiple levels, so you can kind of see where the colors change on that, and the levels of Valor Surge that you get, there are 3 for each, make a huge impact on how much damage you do or how much of the intended effect that you get out of them. So.
And level 3 is like a significant increase on pretty much every Valor Surge, so...
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
So
yeah, you want them to be maxed out.
Right, so knowing that we're going into a fight that I think was previously described as potentially being like 10 minutes long if you tried to do it going in fresh.
Yes, exactly.
We will take any advantage we can get.
This is my favorite fight in the game that I've routed. I'm gonna do safety right there. Yeah, it's like so cool because it uses that cyclone ability you've seen us use for the abilities, like on the like small machines, or for the kind of like the animals that I'm collecting. But yeah, we'll go into the fight details here in a minute. Now,
I haven't seen Katalo skip on any % since I was a boy.
yeah.
So B-Dud's doing a very particular skip here that requires you to avoid Katalo, who is the character we were just talking to. His routing, the way that he maps to, you know, where he goes for this quest. You have to kind of avoid that because he'll show up wherever you show up. Beta jumped off of the mountain there as soon as the dialogue ended, and that's intended to kind of not have Aloy interacting with Katalo's like route in any way, and so the quest kind of freezes itself up. And if you kind of reappear on his route anywhere, you can get him to kind of teleport to you. If you were to just follow him down, there are several fights and interactions along the way that would lose us a whole bunch of time and cause us to have to fight things on ultra hard, which is totally what we're not trying to do. If we just kind of avoid that and follow the river here to the right, we can show up where we're intended to go and just have him show up with us. It's what we call the Katalo skip, and it's really like particular on any % because on New Game Plus you have a flying mount at this point, so you can kind of fly above the route, take a really short straight line there, and make it work. Here you kind of have to avoid the whole route that he would take and just run on the mount. So really cool stuff. Saves a bunch of time too.
Or I forget, ooh, I am low on cash. Let's sell that. I need to get a crit chance coil. There we go. Yeah, we're gonna rely kind of like on getting some crit hits because crit hits do help boost our damage a lot. It will be a little RNG based, but like every fight we can get through out without the crit chance, but it definitely does help use up our open like coil slots on our weapons to sometimes deal an extra amount of damage.
Yeah, you know, like you were talking earlier, going into the end of Act 1 about how taking a little thwack here and there on larger beasts probably wouldn't speed up a cycle, but now that you have that crit chance, every extra hit you can get in gives you that additional chance for a crit, so worth it to go for whatever you can in case you can potentially skip a cycle in the future just from getting lucky.
Absolutely. There is a finicky trigger here where, let's see. If I go out here, there we go. Aloy talk. So,
Oh yeah, it missed the dialogue trigger. Yeah, I didn't see it.
Yeah, if you're a little bit too slow, then you kind of have to hold on.
So there's something in the wall that we
Yeah.
don't see, and you can't scan unless she says a certain line, and you can cut off some dialogue and get it to happen early by going the route that B-Dud took. But like you said, if you happen just to pass some of the spots like too late, it can kind of lock you out.
Just what I thought.
Okay, there we go.
There's something metal.
Yeah, this is a little finicky because
Something metal in there, yeah.
so
That's
you
the
can
one
just
want.
like skip scanning that gun, but if you like, yeah, like Rudy was saying, it's not gonna open up the way here with the boulder unless you basically scan it at the right exact spot.
Yeah, and you can do it much closer normally, but there are certain triggers if you miss that it doesn't let you do it.
There we go. That checkpoint's also finicky, so I made sure I got super into that into that like little room or whatever you would call it.
Mm-hmm.
So there is a little
Yeah,
bit of
so-
a faster method here to use like a fast travel, but I'm trying to save my fast travels on ultra hard difficulty. They can be costly. Every shard matters.
Yeah, and getting the meat and things you need for fast travel packs too is just like, it's just more resources you have to pick up, so you kind of want to avoid using anything you don't have to.
So I need to make sure I have melee defense on this. So I'm setting up for this big Trimmer Tusk fight up here. So this is where I'm doing the extra routing to get some Valor Surge back up. So I need to get that purple bar in the bottom right corner all the way filled before I can do this next fight. So this might take a minute.
Yeah, and Valor fills up by, you know, hitting weak components, killing machines, that kind of stuff. So hitting weak spots, like all that is helpful.
You also can't save once you get in a fight, so you have to wait like 10 seconds for it to be like, okay, you're out of fight, you can save now. So
Yeah.
and I have to reset my heavy attacks every time I restart checkpoints, so.
Yeah, and one of the things you can do to kind of help you grind levels in this game, even just casually, is to find enemies that are really near a campfire, especially things that give you like a lot of good resources and a lot of good experience, and just every time you beat them, go back to the campfire, save, like do a quick save, restart from save, and that enemy will respawn. So it's a really nice way to kind of like, one, get a lot of experience and a lot of resources, and two, get good at like fighting certain machines as well. It's really good practice for some of these fights.
And these guys are a little bit close still. Maybe I can get close to them without triggering this fight, because the trigger for the fight is really close. And I really do not want to go into that fight. I might still be good. Let me see if I can get a silent strike here.
Well, you probably... Yeah, I was going to say, you could probably fill it up with a couple of these guys, even with some attacks.
Or like a few weak points here. Yep, okay, we're good.
There it is.
So this is a very crazy thing I'm about to do.
Just going to stand under this elephant and just whack it to death. And this is the cyclone attack, like over and over again kind of thing that we were talking about, where you can do massive damage to something where you can get several hits on the way down, So it works out pretty well.
Yeah, and the explosion on his belly sometimes can kill me if I'm not at full health, so that's a thing that I'm kind of expected to... Like, this is a fight that I expect to take 2 to 3 deaths.
Yeah, that giant fire sack there on the bottom that he's shooting, if you're not full health, it'll take you out. So, and you're obviously like hitting it a bunch with your melee attack, so it does break eventually. But you kind of want that as well, because it does a bunch of damage to the Tremor Tusk.
Maybe I should see if there's anything I can use to take them.
So in short, the takeaway here is any explosion you can walk away from. But that's far from a guarantee.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Sky Clan will fall.
Yeah, it's mostly because of these human enemies shooting me. Like, if I'm at full health like that, I can guarantee that I survive that explosion. But yeah, like, you see all the hit points that I'm putting on this guy, like this Cyclone ability on the big guys. Yeah, unfortunate. You gotta deal with the, you know,
The
extra
human
ads
enemies
around.
as well, yeah.
Kind of. Definitely one of the hard parts to master in this run is how to deal with every single enemy on the battlefield, not just one. But we try to limit it to just one whenever we can. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
like
and
if
here
I,
we have Kitalo, like, kind of helping us distract enemies, but he can only take on one, you know, and there, I think, are 4 or so that are running around, so...
Alright, here we go. And this is like, yeah, I got hit.
Ooh, the heal, yeah.
And I've like tried to practice this a lot to see if I can make it consistent. I've gotten it, I think like when I was practicing for record, I was able to get this to like a, ooh, I did not get that to level 3. I got it to like a 60% consistency rate, I think, which is pretty generous to be like almost like getting it right almost half the time. But yeah, like you have to be at a very particular position under him if, yeah, that's gonna take too long to recover. At a very specific position under him to kind of mitigate the enemies, like kind of being able to attack you while you're, because the turn tusk is kind of locking it. So if I'm like, kind of like that's a sweet spot, like, right here.
The Sky Clan will fall.
So let's hope that this works. Yeah, no. You see, if he moves, it's you get out of that sweet area, and then enemies can kind of attack you. So we have a smoke bomb to also help us. Nah. Unlucky.
Yeah, it looked like you were at full health there.
Yeah, I don't know what happened for that case.
Anything I can use to take
I think also, like, if you're more forward, it's yeah, like that sweet spot also helps guarantee that you don't take extra damage, because I think there's like a little berserk explosion sack that explodes when you explode that sack. So you...
Yeah, he's got multiple for sure.
Lots of human enemies around. I don't like that.
I mean, having them out of the way ain't so bad. Considering
Kitalo's
they've
here
been-
to help this time, yeah. I think he's actually kind of distracting people this time. That's good. Heal.
We're
There's
almost
only
back.
so many berries that can heal me at a time.
Yeah, right?
I'm just imagining Aloy doing these giant spinning slashes with one hand and then cramming berries in her mouth with the other.
Yeah.
She really is talented.
There we go, we killed it. Alright.
Alright.
So, believe it or not, with how many resets I did there, that might have still been optimal the way I did it. Because it takes literally 10 minutes to like dwindle its health down with just your like bow and arrow, because you don't have enough to hold on, I need to prompt up
Yeah,
my
focus on
heavy
killing
berries.
that guy
Yeah.
first, yeah. Game, please lock on. There you go. Nice work.
You good? Got him.
So,
Got them all.
Okay, there we go, we're good.
We did it.
So yeah, I love that fight because it's just like we don't get to utilize kind of like that cyclone ability too much on like a big boss enemy there. And like it's just so satisfying when you can hit a really good cyclone and you see Aloy like freeze for like a second in midair. And that's like every time she freezes in midair, it tells you like that's you getting an extra hit in. So it's not just like you hitting it once or twice with that cyclone ability. You have like an infinite amount of times that you can have that cyclone ability attack. So that prompted with the Valor Surge for 300% extra damage. It does quite a lot more than what anyone ever planned really being able to do with melee attacks in this game.
Yeah, absolutely.
So although it can be a little risky, it ends up saving a lot of time overall in the run if you can get it within a few attempts. Okay.
Yeah, and that's not even, you know, aside from the cadence it takes, you know, and the practice it takes to make those work in the cadence that you're doing it. Like that takes practice, and like you really do kind of figure out the timing for when you can restart an attack and things like that. So
I need to actually go here to get some stamina potions. I'm running low on fast travel packs, so let me see if I can craft a few extra. Otherwise, I might need to buy a few extra. See, with a run like this, you kind of need to be ready to adapt a little bit too. Of course, like, you need to understand all the routing, but you also need to know exactly what to do if the routing goes astray and be able to adapt to those situations. So I'm gonna get a free fast travel if I go to the campfire over here. So if you just fast travel from anywhere, it costs you a fast travel pack, but using a fast travel from the campfire is free. So sometimes it's worth the time lost to go to the campfire if you know that if you don't want to waste those resources.
yeah, you might be stuck much further away from a campfire later if you run out, so you definitely don't want that. Inventory management is huge in these runs.
Yeah. So the coal route up here, it is the hardest fight in this entire run. It's hard to make consistent, but basically the backup is if you don't deal enough damage with melee hits, you just dwindle it down with the spike thrower that we got in the redwood area.
Yeah, this is a bit of a mob fight followed by a large snake fight. So
Yeah, so
two pretty difficult things together, or separately together. So, you know, there's that.
Yeah, so the pew pew section here at the start is not too bad, but it's the snake fight afterwards that's a little bit hard. But again, it's one of those. It's going to be very similar to the Tremor Tusk, where we're going to be trying to use our Valor Surge and the melee attacks.
But at least the snake falls over. The Tremor Tusk, you kind of have to do while it's standing the whole time. It just doesn't seem to fall down. I think that's by design because it's, you know, carrying other enemies and things to a certain point. But here you can knock the snake down, so we'll see how that works out for him. Sometimes it doesn't go down all the time.
I also need to invest in this. So we need to invest in skills. So the outfit I just put on and this outfit, this skill right there gives me heavy weapon damage. I should also invest in
Stamina
regen, yeah. Okay. All right, so pew pew section. So like I said, our outfit and the food that I just ate, both, and the skill that I just invested in helps with heavy weapon damage. So specifically this section, we've experimented with like using Valor Surges, and usually like for NG Plus and other like any percent regular, I think we use Chain Valor to like link all the damage across all these machines because they're so tightly together, and just basically you just have to do the damage to kill one machine and it will kill most of them. So you have to look out not for these guns to shoot and kill me because they can one-hit kill me. So I'm watching out for that. But yeah, by investing in all of those abilities, we basically take this down from like a 4-minute fight to like a 2-minute fight with this heavy weapon, or maybe like a 3.5-minute fight to a 2-minute fight if I can shoot everything well enough.
Is that the last Ravager then?
I think there's one more.
Okay.
I'm far enough that it shouldn't be able to hit me from here though. There we go. Trying to get it the environmental traps.
Good lineup. Get him. Oh, it didn't do as much damage as I thought.
It still helped for sure. There we go. Okay, so the big Ravagers that I am scared of that can one-hit kill me. Yeah, they did shoot me a little bit, but because I ate a food, I got like extra health, so I was able to survive one or two.
Yeah, if you notice the health bar turns yellow sometimes, that's when we eat food or drink potions that help with that. So it gives you a little bit extra health on top of healing you, obviously. But yeah, using a slew of heavy weapon cannons that he prepped for, just kind of to take all these out.
And also keep in mind that this isn't like hit scan. Like I have like these projectiles and these enemies are moving, so I'm like trying to predict where these shots are gonna land.
Yeah, they don't just. There's no aim assist, so on story or any lower difficulty, these would land a little easier, even if you're not right on them. But in ultra hard, you gotta know where they're gonna go. That roller back is a bit of a mover, if you didn't notice.
I'm gonna prep this, make sure I'm ready for the next fight. Oh, it's dead.
There we go.
Okay.
Oh, the other guys took him out. Nice.
So because this fight's gonna be, I'm probably gonna be resetting a little bit in the snake fight. I'm making sure that I have my outfit already equipped, so I don't have to re-equip it at the start of every single
Attempt at this, yeah.
Yeah, and I say that and I forgot to equip the spike thrower, which is fine.
Just gonna have to do it first try.
Yep, you're right. Alright, so Slither thing here, like I said, we're going to be using our Valor Surge that we built up in that last section completely.
Nice.
And now we're going to try to use the Cyclone on his like little fins here to do extra damage. This is really hard because he knocks us about, so we want to try to do a heavy attack as he's slithering around to knock him down. Okay, that's good.
You need to heal.
I do need a heal.
I was wondering about it, but I figured you all knew what you were doing. Like, this makes me nervous, but maybe it's just me and the audience.
Okay, good.
Nice work. We got another knockdown. So like I was saying, the snake goes down pretty good with the Valor on and with the multiple cyclone and heavy attacks. Like, it does actually go down for you, you know, pretty often. Here, oh nice. Good shot. Neat. For those that have played through the whole game, the Slitherfangs are notorious for glitching out when you defeat them. They like to bounce around and all that kind of stuff. Especially the Talana quest in this. A lot of times when you defeat the Slitherfang in that fight, it will just basically launch itself off the screen. It's pretty common bug. But I think it's just like a result of them and their movement patterns. Like you can see its back end there is just like wobbling around.
Yeah, it's stuck on or in something.
Yep. And it happens just way more often with this machine than it does any other one.
Yes! Okay,
Nice.
that's first try!
Let's go.
Good fight, good fight. It could have been like technically faster if because you can like finish it at the start of the Valor Surge, but that's like too much to ask for. That went well.
That was good.
Yeah, that was the hardest fight in the game, so I was expecting I would definitely reset on that like 3 times or something. 3 or 4 times maybe.
Those snakes are so dangerous, like the way they move, and so much of their body can hit you at any point. Like the back end, like the tail just comes around sometimes from, you know, the far side of you if you're focusing on the front end, and like there's nothing you can do about that unless you know it's coming. So all right, so picking up another sub function.
Got it.
Wait, this is the first one? No.
This is actually the first one. We started the path in the
oh
the
yeah,
Tremor
you
Tusk.
do this first.
Well,
yeah.
we started Poseidon, and we started making our way to Demeter, but this is the first sub function that we've actually completed.
Yeah, in other categories, sometimes they do Demeter first. So like in New Game Plus, we do Demeter first, but we set up the other 2. Here, it's interesting. I didn't realize that was out of order like that.
Yep, that's what's so great about everything being just you can do it at your own pace. Yeah, we're good there. Actually, do I need berries? I probably need berries. Yeah, I could use with a few berries. Cool.
And I do think we had a break after Cool Root, so if you think you need it before Demeter, I imagine it's coming up.
We can
I think
do
so.
beta first, I think.
Oh yeah, that's right.
or whichever works. Like, we can do a break right now if that works well for everyone.
You feel comfy for beta, let's do it.
Okay, let's do beta first.
Yeah, so
Oh.
between the first and second subfunctions, you're forced into a quest. Do we miss something?
We did indeed miss a little thing. Kind of a very important thing, actually. So, which is okay. But basically, there is another reason why we do the cold route to finish that first, and that's because it opens up the arena, or kind of like the shops around the arena. So we need to do a little bit of shopping here. We need a RFS upon fast traveling here because kind of allows us to enter without talking with the people in front. But here is where the basically MVP weapon of the rest of the run comes into play, the glow blast spike thrower.
Yeah, chat literally just mentioning it as you realized you had to go back.
Yes.
Nice work, Actual. Way to go.
Oh, no problem.
So yeah, this is very, very crucial. Let me make sure I'm doing all of my menuing things correctly.
Good luck
Okay,
on the
so yeah, like the plasma spike thrower, basically it has explosives and plasma spikes, but like the plasma spikes are just like so efficient to let me buy that. Sell these things. They're so efficient like ammo wise and to like make more ammo, so and they just deal a lot of damage, so it's kind of like the obvious thing for us to go for. But in order to get this, you do have to do 3 hunting trials, so that's why I did partially some of the reason why I did the 3. I need more shards. The 3 hunting trials back in Planesong. So I need to sell. I can sell this now. Okay.
Yeah, shard management, so important.
True.
Just having what you need for upgrades and all that.
Yeah, if you have to buy things for a fresh file, you need all of your resources working in concert. Opposed to New Game Plus.
Yep.
And this is where we're going to put crit chance, so that's 16% extra crit chance. I need blast paste. Thankfully they put these all close together, so I don't have to... Okay, we're full on blast paste. Glow blast. I do need some glow blast. That should be good. Okay, now we can go to beta. Yeah, so like getting that and upgrading that will take like some time, but it's like so worth it. Because yeah, like we tried to start routing like the fights up to Gemini to kind of include the melee stuff, and it just became extremely risky. It was still semi-fast, but this is faster and it has no risk pretty much. So a lot of the risk is going to be taken out of the run from this point forward, I'd say, because we get to keep our distance with a lot of things by throwing spikes.
Yeah, that's the important part, right? Like keeping your way away. The only real like difficult part about the spike thrower here is that the line that you have to kind of wait for and aim with is really just one line. Like it isn't a spatial kind of attack where you toss it up. There's another stamina attack that you use that is called a propelled spike, and it has a really wide reticle that shows up when you throw it. Here with the spike thrower, it's a spike trap skill that we use that does just 1, an OP amount of damage, and 2, like a really precise kind of trajectory that you have to throw it on. So like getting that right and hitting, you know, good spots that do a lot of damage and all that is, it takes a little more practice, but it totally pays off.
All right, so beta here. This is a forced quest after you basically do your first, bring back your first subordinate function. Basically this is the quest that's going to introduce one of our important, prominent team members.
But why was she here?
And it's also going to kind of give us some Zenith lore, introduce like one of the main machines that are supporting the Zeniths that we have to fight. So we're going to see these like futuristic Spectre type enemies. This is the corpse of one right now. But
Yes.
these guys are pretty agile. Luckily, the weapon that we just got has plasma spikes, and they're pretty effective against the specters. So
Yeah, anything Zenith really is plasma helps you out quite a bit. So
we can get that dialogue up there from all the way down here. Fun.
yeah, so we have 3 dialogues we have to interact with here. And you can activate, you see the little like purple glowy thing at the top of Beatud's screen there. That's what you're kind of interacting with, and you can get it a little bit further down, and then there's one up here and one over there behind Aloy. So we have to do those and then make our way into this facility here. There are some things you can do to make this faster that aren't really used on any percent. In New Game Plus, you can actually blow Aloy up with her own weapons to force her off of those forced interaction animations where she crouches down and you can't move away. If you put down like a sticky bomb before you do that and have it blow her up while she's there, you can move afterwards. So we can save I think it's something like 11 seconds, something like that. But it's also just really clever and fun. So, especially if Aloy's being a pain during the run. It's cathartic.
Yeah, I love what we can do with NG Plus runs because it gives us it allows us to utilize all anything in the game that can skip an animation or whatever to use in the run. Whereas for this, we have to consider, do we want to route that in for this just to skip it in animation, or is it more important to keep our resources to kind of the stuff that we need for ammo and to deal lots of damage,
Yeah, especially for a run like this, yeah. Where in New Game Plus we can just be like, well, what neat tricks can we use to kind of save time here, where everything is available to
I'm
us,
also just going to throw it out there real quick that if you do blow up Aloy during your speedrun, I think as recompense you are required to watch and tell your friends about Flame Fatales, which is GDQ's All Women and Femmes speedrunning event coming up September 7th to 14th. So, yeah, around this place, we support powerful women in video games, whether they are on the screen or running the games, or both. So if you want to join the Flame Fatales community, you can use !FF in the chat to get information on how to join their Discord and keep up to date with all things Flame Fatales.
I can't let it get through to Vorl.
Aloy has been there before, too, as well, if I recall. Our own resident Doc ran Aloy there, so.
No, I'm out.
So Beatud putting in a code there. You didn't see the input there.
Quiet.
No, we got all those out of the way earlier in the run.
Yep, absolutely. So now we've got a Spectre fight. So it's
I think I'm missing some stamina.
Yeah, right there.
Actually, I guess I'm good. Okay, this seems low. Maybe it's because right there it is. Stamina,
yes.
weave.
So adding a little stamina so we can do more powerful attacks in a row.
And boom, look at that. That guy's already dead. Me putting in all those plasma spike traps that he's weak to with an elite and advanced acid trap, which he's also weak to. As you can imagine, does some pretty insane damage to him. So
yeah, and right when he jumped down, he knocked off a lot of the protective armor. So you'll notice a lot of the machines in Forbidden West have armor panels, and as you, like we mentioned earlier, go through, these armor panels kind of evolve and grow on different spots, as the enemies spawn in and you kill more and more of them. So you kind of have to work your way around them, and they actually do less damage if you hit them. So you want to be hitting bare places or weak places, and not these armor panels. But acid and plasma are two things that tend to take those off really easy, acid especially. So the explosions and things that are associated with the things that Beatud was putting down there really help to kind of clear out all that stuff that reduces our damage.
So this guy will one-hit kill us. But yeah, we can't rely on a setup here to just one-hit kill the enemy for the most part. We have to actually fight it, so this will be similar where we have to... That's gonna kill me. Yeah, you have to read those attacks earlier than that. because you can't cancel out of your heavy attack. So
Once you're in the air, yeah, you're kind of subject to whatever he's gonna do.
yeah,
The
just
life
once
of
I
being a
can-
Soulsborne gamer too. Oh, I can see that's coming, and I can't do anything to stop it.
Yep, this is very much in the sense of like we gotta get him knocked down once, or we might have to retry a few times to get him knocked down once. But then once we do, we're gonna be
Nice,
off
nice
to
dodge.
Off to the races.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, you can see like the gold plates and things on the Spectre. Those are its weak points. And then there are a couple other small spots like on the back end, like a white little spot on the back that's really weak that we use in New Game Plus runs and things like that. But yeah, you really want to kind of remove a lot of those panels like I was talking about, so that everything you do has like maximum effect.
I don't really want to use my stamina potion. But he's almost dead.
You gonna join it? How are they?
Nice.
I think I will use
Using
my
the
stamina.
resonator.
Because I don't want to risk this.
Use it all up.
There we go.
Nice. Let's go.
He's
job.
dead.
Yeah, that's a really tough fight too. I would say even Elk's route. There's another runner who's close in time for B-Dud, moderator for our community, that does this a little bit differently with like arrows and things, and like, you know, using like different attacks and stuff. And this is always just a difficult fight. Like it really is the one, like B-Dud said, you have to fight it. There's no way to cheese it. There's no way to really make it work quickly. You gotta fight it.
Yeah, but because we had that spike thrower, it went by a lot faster, and we had like more of a backup strategy if I had to like hang back more to be able to
Yep.
deal with it from a distance.
Thanks, guy.
But like we still want to mitigate like having to use our stamina potions, or like every time we get hit we lose stamina, so we get punished if we get hit in the middle of a fight, and we can't deal as much DPS. So
Yeah, that's another one of those things we hadn't talked about as far as like
So-
one of the kind of handicaps for ultra hard is that when you take damage, you can't do stamina abilities as often. So like you lose a fair bit of it on ultra hard, especially when you don't have a lot. Like taking one hit like kind of ruins your ability to do the heavy damage that you want to do. Another reason to get good at dodging.
So we are done with beta now. I think this could be a good point for a break.
All right, another difficult fight down, another good opportunity to take a break to take care of yourselves, and that goes for all of you watching out there as well. Get up and stretch, get something to drink or eat if you need to, and come on back in a few more minutes for the exciting conclusion to Horizon Forbidden West with B-Dud 5. Be right back. On the last episode of Horizon Forbidden West, we did a lot of shopping and got a very powerful spike thrower, and now we're doing more questing. My name is Atitri, and this is Out of the Box, right back to it with B-Dud 5 and more of the run.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We're gonna get into this again. So let's start time again in 3, 2, 1. We're gonna start off by making a little pit stop at Thorn Marsh, because we want to replenish some stamina potions. Although I should probably check if I have 4 stamina potions, so we need that to max. But yeah, we have turned in 1 subordinate function, and we have we now have Beta as an ally. Kind of. That whole story arc has just started, so there's still
Yeah, so we haven't really gone into any of the lore or anything like that, but the character we just acquired is yet another clone of Elizabeth Sobek, or another Aloy, so to speak. But, you know, a very different one because raised very differently, kind of in captivity by some very mean rich people from outer space. Anyhow, work that out on your own, I suppose. And
I mean, that's where I expect society to get to at some point in the future.
that's where we're headed. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, Beta working to get you know, the next sub functions here. Act 2 is all about picking up the 3 sub functions and doing that beta quest. So we are working towards the Demeter sub function here. And we're at an old Pharaoh facility that, you know, kind of created the ability for the machines that destroyed the world in Zero Dawn to do their thing. And then also we're working on a way to try to stop them from doing that in the later years of the world ending, according to the lore of this game. So, you know, we're going to make our way in. There's a few things we're going to do in here that are, you know, tough fights, tough platforming, and out of bounds kind of things. So we'll see that.
Particularly ironic that Demeter, the goddess of agriculture and fertility and the harvest, is the harbinger of what happened in Zero Dawn and why the Earth is destroyed, but also to an extent repopulated.
Yeah, she definitely hung out in the facility that was responsible for it. That's for sure. But the interesting part of the lore here, and that we won't see a whole lot of through cutscene skips and things, is that they were working on also kind of a plant-based, mechanically plant-based solution to all the machines kind of eating biological matter to end the world, which is a really neat kind of plot point. The different things that humanity tried to do to save itself is kind of a neat, you know, side story to all of the lore that goes on in these games. So a forest fight with 5 or 6 human enemies here. Did that guy not come through?
I don't know what happened to that dude. Oh, I guess.
There should be a second one, right?
Okay, yeah, there he is. Okay.
Oh, you got them
Just
both, right on.
Sometimes they get stuck behind the door because they're supposed to come out, but we're just so darn fast that it like trips them up, and they're like, "How do I get past this wall?" So I wanted to make sure he was dead.
And then there's one.
That's
heavy
the neat
enemy
part.
here.
You don't.
Yeah, we've got one enemy here with a plasma gun, so kind of really want to avoid damage, which we didn't do. We're about to take some plasma damage.
But I
Unless
can
we get a
dodge it
cutscene.
to avoid damage if I listen. There we go. You have to
Nice.
time it for when like that sizzle noise goes mute, pretty much.
Yeah, so normally it's like you would just take damage once that timer runs out, but you can, like any other attack, get an iframe on it, which is awesome. Really well done. I'm really bad at that.
I've learned after how many ever challenge runs I've done in this game where
Yeah,
impossible
especially
to avoid
this
the
fight.
plasma.
Yeah, that heavy enemy that he fought had like a heavy weapon that shoots like basically a one-hit plasma charge on Aloy, so especially on ultra hard.
That was a pretty decent fight though. Like
Okay, here we go.
I agree.
I remember reviewing my my PV the last few days. Like that's a fight where I lost a lot of time on. And it's just because of the human enemies. Like I'm trying to make sure I don't use any stamina potions, and I didn't have to, but like if you miss
Nice.
1 or 2, you have to rely on your stamina potions. And it's situations like these where we don't want to. Oh, by the way, this is happening.
Sweet out of bounds, by the way. Yeah. So Beta just jumped out. There's an opening in the top of the tube when you go down that you can use that wall cancel jump for the extra height that we were talking about. And we're just kind of making our way through underneath over all the things that we normally would do. And we drop into another hole right here.
Yeah,
and now we're just really forward.
Why go through the tunnels when you can go above them?
Yeah, in a more straight line. And as we know, shortest distance between 2 points and all that good geometry stuff. So yeah, skipping a cutscene here. There's some decent loot here. And then
If you
one of the
slide
cool
into
things-
these vents, you can jump through them, so you don't have to deal with the crawling animations.
yeah, she'll like crouch down and do a really slow walk through those vents. And if you jump as you go in, or you slide in and then jump, you can just kind of keep jumping through them. Another bit here that you can do, normally you'd have to go over and knock down a ladder, but using that glider tech that we've talked about earlier in the game, where you press jump and like X and square at the same time, you can get enough height to just grab onto those handholds and skip all of that. So, and then you can find a faster way to avoid the burrowers and the claw strider and the long leg that is down there trying to take you out.
Maybe we can get through
The
that
one
door.
thing I did
Looks like the one used at the
without
first
mention is that I changed my Valor Surge. So instead of the melee might, we now have Range Master, and that's going to really help maximize the damage when we use the
Yeah.
Spike Thrower
can
that
hop
we
on top of it, I
got,
can get you to those
that we're going to be
consoles.
using for the rest of this run.
Exactly.
And basically, I forget how much extra damage it does, but it's like how melee might gives you 300% extra melee damage. It's like 200% extra range damage, something like that. And it's just very, very effective. Couldn't get through this run without it. Otherwise, it would take like twice as long, probably.
Hey, can you do the jump cancel with these explosions on this difficulty?
Hold on.
Would you mind warning me?
The jump
You know what I'm talking
cancels.
about?
To,
So when you do the fire gleam and then do the
Well,
jump slash cancel.
Oh,
Can
yeah,
you do that
can
here?
do with that with the jump slash, but I'm pretty sure that explosion will kill you on ultra hard.
I was wondering if it would here, because like I don't know if it's like a percentage thing. So it's something we've long debated in the Horizon community, is that like certain attacks will either do a certain amount of damage to your health or a percentage of your health. And like fall damage does like a percentage, whereas like there's a certain amount of damage done by machines and things like that. But I don't know if Fire Gleam is one or the other. I'm unsure. And so like in New Game Plus, those things that Vidud stuck his spear into, there's a way for us to not have to run away from them by using a melee technique that jumps us into the air and gives us a bit of an iframe where it doesn't like blow us up and knock us away. So it's just like a short amount of time save, but you use it a few times throughout the run. BDUD here, by the way, using
Okay,
a section of about 45 seconds of
found the energy
dialogue to go out and get a piece of the diving mask that we started way back at the beginning of Act 2. Really clever strat, by the way, that you came up with. Not super amount of time save, but like it's really cool to use a time where there's normally downtime to do something active that you would do elsewise at a place like you would use up time in the run. Here he's not using any time to do it, so it's like a neat little reroute of Demeter that you can like use to save time there.
It does save a good amount of time in this, because
Oh yeah,
the
I'll get to the
long
other
leg,
console.
like
You stay here.
it's kind of hard to get an active long leg, like because this fight takes longer to kill the long leg on ultra hard than like on New Game Plus story where it takes like one shot to kill it.
yep. Well, I mean, even
like-
on ultra hard, it takes like one shot on New Game Plus. Yeah.
Yeah, we're utilizing more of that like alpha dialogue that we're waiting on to really clean out that fight against that long leg.
Yep. But now we have the Bellowback piece and the long leg piece that we're looking for the diving mask. So once we get to Poseidon,
Let's find a way to get into the perfect
which
zone.
is the third sub-function of Act 2, we'll be ready to just craft that piece and then head into the facility and finish the quest. Where normally you'd have to head out of the facility, go and find a herd of machines that are Glinthawks and Leap Lashers and long legs and Bellowbacks, and like it's insane how many enemies you actually have to fight in that area. This is a way safer way to do it. It's now our first fight with a Dreadwing, which is our first bat machine in Horizon, and it's a pretty tough fight.
Yeah, so like we had a melee strat for this, but even though it's a flying enemy and we don't like dealing with flying enemies with a kind of trajectory propelled spike like this, it's still, as long as I can land my hits, it is going to be so worth it. So I have my Valor up, I got to make my damage worth it here. Look at those damage numbers, they're like above 1,000. I mean, smoke
Nice
bomb
work.
to stun him so I can drink a potion and then try to...
And he's
See.
got acid as well, so that's gonna negate any armor damage or any armor that damage negation that he does will be negated by that acid status. So.
Dodging my spikes, not good.
And so the spike traps are kind of proximity, but even sometimes when they're standing right over them, they just don't go off, you know? There are like spots between their legs and stuff like that that the hitboxes just don't like overlap. so they don't blow up any of the traps that you lay on them. So it's easy to miss with these things.
Yep. And then Dreadwing heard you say, "Oh no, it's dodging my attacks," and it's like, "All right, you don't want me to dodge? I'll just come out swinging."
Yeah,
We had to deal with that for a hot minute.
It's
Yeah.
pretty funny because like they're a giant
We should
enemy
be able to
and
get a
like they
attestation
move
on it now.
really quickly in the air, but when they're on the ground they have like a really
be something
wicked
I hear
like
on the
swing
internet
attack
and
that they
read
do, and it's a multiple like a combo, so it's pretty hard to dodge.
Okay.
Nice work, B-Dud. Nice work.
Yeah, only
Yeah.
one like quick reset because I took damage and I wanted to. Basically, when you take damage, you lose some stamina, and I wanted all that stamina to do the most DPS. So other than that, than that little hiccup, that was first try.
Yeah, it was really solid. We could say that with no reservations.
Yeah, yeah.
So after the fight, B-Dud went in and started a hologram, and now we're kind of making our way around the outside of the facility where we would normally have to wait for a door to unlock. So we used some little holes in the panels on the wall to kind of jump up and catch some hitboxes. And now we're going to make our way down to the area where we fought all the Quen fighters, the human fighters, and use... we're going to use a workbench to do like create a new item that we need quest-wise, and then move on from here. So this is pretty much done. But normally you'd be waiting for a door to open up for this to, to get out here, and then you'd have to run out here afterwards. We found a way to kind of stay within the range of the hologram so that it doesn't shut off, but make our way through to the area we need to be. So again, using things that like aiming while you jump to expand hitboxes and like find ways to climb walls that you normally wouldn't be able to.
And get an elite acid trap there.
Now, we get to the
I should
data
also
core.
make sure that I have good fast travel packs. So we have some downtime before that. I was rearranging my toolbox inventory, but yeah, there's a few things that I didn't get there. So I have to do some time loss to craft those fast travel packs. But yeah, we try to use, since there is like dialogue overlap that we have to wait on a lot in the run, we try to utilize that as much as possible
Flowers blooming. Let's
to
see if
either
the
craft an
cell
extra
works.
trap or extra fast travel packs.
Door's clear now.
And like it might not seem like it matters a lot, but it does save several minutes to the run if we have it, if we nail it just right every time.
What was I gonna say? If you've ever played games that from a certain vintage, late 00s, early aughts, or early 2010s, that locked you into place during dialogue segments, you know just how painful that can get. The ability to do literally anything else while dialogue is happening is much appreciated.
Yeah, there are so many opportunities for it in the Horizon games. There's a whole section late game in HCD where like you're using two holograms playing at the same time and trying to get through an area of the game like all at the same time. Pretty cool strat that works out where you would normally just be waiting around for several minute holograms to go by, and they're doing entire platforming sections while it's going on.
All right, so demeanor's over. We are going to turn in our second subordinate function, so that only leaves one left, and that's Poseidon. And as we've mentioned throughout the run, we have started the quest for Poseidon, and the starting quest for Poseidon wants us to get components for the diving mask, which is the belloback, kind of like a belloback sack, and then a long leg part. So going through the other missions, we've already got those parts, and we can go straight to Poseidon and start diving underwater.
Aloy, can you come downstairs?
After I talk to Beta.
Okay.
Yeah, there's always a
I'll be right
little bit
down.
of extra dialogue here at the base every time you come back. Once you get Beta, there's always like more planning that has to go on, so a
Yeah,
little
you
bit
get used to sliding up and down these stairs often.
Mm-hmm. I like to take the elevator shaft on the other side. You drop down and then just slide along the floor. But going down the actual stairs between certain sub-functions is actually faster. So, all right. So crafting finally the diving mask that we started way back at the start of Act 1 after we got our base the first time. After we finished the Tau fight with the Grimhorn. started this quest, and now we've got something that allows us to swim underwater. So also Moreland and company are some of the best side characters in any game.
They really are. I loved Moreland. Just his dialogue and his whole like story motive is just amazing.
Yeah, his side quest is fun too. So yeah.
And then,
For
but
those-
like, in addition to like just Moreland, it's just like this whole underwater section is my favorite in the game. It makes this my favorite level, just seeing how beautiful this this area is.
Yeah, this is one of those where, yeah, the game graphics really stand out, and like what it's capable of showing you all at once. Yeah, the swimming is fun. We've got some cool stuff coming up to show you for underwater swimming tech that can get you out of bounds and basically anywhere you want to go. And then just seeing like kind of what it does here with the holograms and all of that.
Hey, developers, this is all you had to do to make people enjoy a water level. Make it really pretty, unfrustrating, and let you do cool glitches.
Yeah,
Not a huge ask,
absolutely.
is it?
Exactly.
Look, we're not asking for much around here. All right, so B-Dud picking up a checkpoint. You saw what is our Nessie of the Horizon universe, the Tide Ripper, giant Loch Ness monster, you know, kind of dinosaur machine. We'll be fighting that later, but you pick up a spot there, get a checkpoint there at the console, and then now we're going to be swimming off to kind of open some locks and drain the water out of this place. So later in the game, this place is drained out, and it's basically like an underground version of Las Vegas. Really cool lore here. Lots of cool side quests and stuff like that if you're playing this game casually. So we're going to climb out in a very unorthodox way by going on top of this culvert, jumping over some things, blowing up some fire gleam, and this allows us to open up the sluice gate here. Yeah. And then we'll swim over to another one on the other side of the map here. And after that, there'll be a neat little out of bounds that we're going to do. Which B-Dud can probably explain to you how it works better than I can.
It's a little complicated, but yes, it's so essentially, it's actually kind of cool. It was something that took like, I want to say a year and a half for us to find, but it's essentially you're squeezing yourself between two walls, and by like doing a dodge, kind of like the game expects you to like puts up like, it's trying to like guard the animation in a way where it wants to make sure the animation doesn't go too far into a wall. So if we're dodging into one, also we have this little climb here.
Oh yeah.
If
Wall
I can
climb
get it,
here, yeah.
nice.
Nice work.
That can be a little precise, so glad I got it. But yeah, for this, it's like the game expects you for this next out of bounds. Like the dodge is expected to be against one wall, so if we change the direction during the dodge, it like still tries to put us against that one wall and doesn't really pay much
clips
mind
us
to the
through.
other wall.
Yeah, and so like it just puts you on the other side of the hitbox and throws you out of bounds here. And so now we can kind of swim our way because the entire map of this area is surrounded by water. So we can swim our way around it and kind of head over to an area that would otherwise take us through multiple dialogue sections, swimming out of the area that we just came into and going into another tower over here. Normally we'd be swimming above where we are now, have to go through several doors, all that kind of stuff. We're just going to clip in by going to an interaction with a door late in that section, go up here, interact with a console, and drain the water. This saves something like, I think it's like 17 or 18 seconds. It's a lot. It's a really cool find by a member of the community called Missing Driver, who does a lot of PC runs of the game. So, but found a way to do this almost anywhere underwater. As long as you have two hitboxes to kind of move against, you can get Aloy out of bounds. Really cool, kind of fun tech, even casually, because photo mode in this game is a lot of fun out of bounds.
Alright, Tide Ripper fights.
All right, Nessie.
Can you do... Oh, yeah, I don't have Valor. Never mind. I was trying to activate Valor, but we don't need it. I remember this fight doesn't need it because it has so many coils on the back.
Yeah.
We're gonna just accept that
Start
death.
this over.
Okay. So now, starting off right, we're going to go back here to kind of get his coils. He has a lot of these coils, so we'll be able to stun him a lot.
So electric takes him down, and then you'll see that the electric, like the circle there, lowers every time we do damage. But you can kind of keep doing this if you're behind him when he gets back up.
And if he doesn't have Purge Water on him, so we'll have to wait a little.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they don't come out unless that's not happening. So.
Yeah, he has a lot of Purge Water sacks, so one thing is, like, if I'm dealing damage, like, the sacks will deal extra damage, but I will have to wait at a certain point to be able to kind of, like, shock them again. He loves
Wait
to
for him
move
to
away
come
from
forward
those.
on that one.
The important part here is survive. And just, need to get an opening as Bud.
You'll notice he's very quick for such a large machine. Nice work.
There we go.
Good shot.
This is gonna hurt. Okay.
Nice work. Get him.
There we go. And he's dead.
Nice. Let's go.
My optimal DPS could have been better there. I don't know where. There it is. There's the door.
I don't think you got a single like spinning hydro pump attack.
Oh, I did early on. I had to back
Oh, was
away
it? Okay,
because
I didn't see it. But yeah,
the Hydro one is the one that we're scared of because it'll like purge water us as well.
Yeah. Which like messes up your movement, messes up all kinds of things. But it also is like a thing that hits over and over again. Like it's really hard to get away from once it gets you. So like he has this giant disc on his back that like spins and throws water jets, and like it's just one of these things that is really hard to get away from once you've been stunned by it. So we really don't want to see that.
Yeah, and we've routed this so that like Poseidon, we had a way where we could beat him where we would do a lot of critical strikes and utilizing every one of those electric coils. We still utilize a few of them because, you know, it stuns him, gives us some really good openings, and every time those electric coils go off, they do damage. So it's nice to do that. But you can, with this outfit that we have on and with our like critical strike extra damage, you can just barely deal, or he's like 1,000 health away from dead if you put in the optimal DPS, taking advantage of all those coils and stuns and striking during all of them.
Right.
I just want to take a second to appreciate the clear study and maybe hyperfixation from the audience. We get a comment at the end of that fight that said, "Oh no, he killed the magical Leopleurodon." And like knowing the genus of ancient creatures, that's good research right there.
We love it.
I love the thought that they put into all these machines. Like they're so creative and like you can see like such good influence in them as well, all around.
I always wanted to compare it to like Nessie or like Ogopogo, you know, like those cryptid kind of creatures and stuff. But yeah, that's awesome. They really do model them after like real world, you know, fossilized creatures or like all that kind of stuff. So it's a lot of fun.
So here we have a cool little thing. We don't know how it works exactly, but apparently by doing Poseidon last, you get a checkpoint that puts you right at the terminal here, the override node. So we save 15 seconds by literally just doing Poseidon last, which it kind of worked out for the route for ultra hard 80% at least, because it's just like kind of like we want to get the spike thrower first, so we have to route the Tremor Tusk and the Coal Root fight first. But yeah, it also helps.
But here, for some reason, you just don't have to run through the facility on the last sub function. You just restart from save and it puts you at the end.
Yeah. Because some things are a little bit different, I have to try to get some extra Valor to get my Valor Surge to level 3. So we're back to this place. This will but take like a minute or 30 seconds, something around there.
Got it. Thanks for the advice.
But yeah, the next fight, like, this is basically the start of Act 3. So Act 3, again, ramps everything up a lot. Where are these other dudes? My charges are missing. They've left me. That's okay, I can just restart the save.
Wait, what? I have never seen them not.
Oh, there.
Well, now,
I thought
now
those
they
were the
see
other
you.
machines, like there's tougher machines up the road up there. I didn't.
Fair enough.
Yeah, they've never gone this way. They usually like run downhill, which is.
I was gonna say they're usually off the other direction. Yeah.
Okay, and if I get one more hit point, there we go. We're good.
Nice work. Yeah.
Let's not use a fast travel point. Actually, that's gonna take like 10 seconds. So I'm gonna make a safety save after I do my like little shopping spree here. But I'm basically preparing for this big Apex Thunderjaw fight, which is gonna be our first Apex encounter. Do you want to explain how what Apex machines are a little bit?
Yeah, so in the game, so the way they kind of increase difficulty is by kind of like I was saying earlier, changing some of the aspects of the machines. But as you make your way through and interact with Hephaestus more and do more cauldrons and kill more machines of the same type, which is the really important part, Hephaestus starts making new Apex machines, demonic machines from the DLC from HCD, if you guys remember from the Frozen Wilds. So it's kind of that version in this. They're purple colored and all that kind of stuff. But they become stronger, more health, higher attack power, more armor, like way more armor. And they also have different variants as well. So you can, once you start killing a dozen or more of a certain machine, and especially if you go hunting machines at night in the game, you'll find more Apex machines that are just way more of a pain on this difficulty.
Something I want to make sure I do here is make sure I have some resources in that. That'll do.
Yeah, we need
We
spike thrower
also
resources.
want Glow Blast. Actually, let me get a little bit more Blast. Yeah, I don't want to be under. I don't want to risk anything. And then we need long range coil. So not every vendor will sell this, but it's very helpful.
Fun fact about long range coils is those were our most coveted coil before the New Game Plus coils came out and the Burning Shores. We had some strats like early on in the speedruns and stuff where it really was like be 30 meters away from your enemy and throw everything you have at them, and just load them up with those kind of coils because they do 25% extra damage. But now that we have some extra critical coils and things that do extra overdraw and reload speed and all that kind of stuff, so we can do higher DPS from the Burning Shores runs, that stuff is obsolete, but it's interesting to see these older strats like used in these runs because they are super effective still.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but Thornmarsh is one of those places where you definitely want to go buy everything you can get from them on a casual run because almost all of the coils are useful.
So I made a safety save there because these guys can kill you. And there's not really a very fast way around it unless you want to get off and swim around, and that takes an extra 20 seconds. So I kind of risked it and just like made a safety save back at Thornmarsh. But yeah, I've had runs die to that before.
Sniper, no sniping. Yeah, we've seen some runs that take some serious hits here in previous ones. Those Closs Riders just, they're relentless. And they can have a Snap Maw friend too, who they're kind of hit or miss as far as whether they're gonna aggro or not. So,
That's strange.
all right, we got a little time for some dialogue here. We're gonna take this boat, skip a few cutscenes, and then we'll be off in San Francisco.
So we start off without a mount here, but luckily for us, we have a campfire, and the game allows us to fast travel back, even though we're shipwrecked. I always found that funny.
Yeah, it's weird. You lose your mount. So in Horizon Zero Dawn, there was a skill that would allow you to call the mount anytime you lost your mount. And now when you take that boat as part of this, you lose your ability to call a mount. In New Game Plus, you don't lose your flying mount, but you still lose your riding mount. It's just like a game thing. So one of the campfires that we get way earlier back in the northern end of the map there that Beta traveled to allows us to be right next to a charger site where we can pick up another one and ride it through here. And that's a pretty important any percent strat. So otherwise we'd be using a flying mount that we'll be getting later in this run. So
Somewhere buried out
Yeah,
in
we
these
use
thieves.
the flying mount so often in the other categories. It's nice seeing like optimized sort of land mount travel, especially like not getting stuck between trees and stuff.
there weren't a lot of us that ran this on PS4, and I was one of the only ones back when it came out. I used to take the whole route on the mount, like from the base all the way out to the boat. And I would get all the fast travel points on PS4 because on PS4, the mount slows down around settlements and things like that. Like it is a structurally slower run as far as how things work, like program wise. But like I miss that kind of like using the mount on the ground. Once you get the flying route, like it's a straight line wherever you're going.
I was figuring a flying mount, especially on PS4, could encounter more loading times, textures pop in, that kind of stuff.
Yep.
Even with as impressive as the engine is, I wouldn't be surprised.
Might have some useful data.
Yeah, and like on PS4, like it was an interesting thing because your loading times are a lot longer, and on console we time RTA, so like, you know, it's just generally longer because you're waiting. So it was really important to kind of get all the things you could do between loading screens kind of out of the way. So my approach on that console was just to, you know, do all the stuff that you could run around and do. Here it's like really nice, like the loading screens aren't that long, especially on like PS5 Pro, that kind of stuff. Like you're not waiting very long at all. So, and on PC we have an auto splitter, so that's nice.
I guess we're doing this.
All right.
All right,
So
getting
I'm
some crits, nice work.
Yeah, I'm gonna focus here for a minute.
So our first Apex Thunderjaw fight, it comes in kind of damaged story-wise, but it's still a fight that can, you know, one-shot you pretty easily. So you're gonna see B-Dud kind of hiding behind things, using a spike thrower.
Using the long range damage.
Yep.
Steve is down. No. Okay, we killed it. Okay.
Oh, we're good. Revive. You're gonna
That's-
need a mount.
So that
Nice work.
spike thrower, like that fight seems really easy. It is not. It's if we don't deal the damage while that Valor is up, it can really linger. And like going one-on-one with the Thunderjaw is just, it's not a good time.
Yeah, if you hadn't killed it by the time the Valor went out, it's worth it to just reset and start the fight over. Like, it's that much time, like, and that much less damage. So.
And we have to use our explosive spike traps there because they do more damage, and Apex doesn't like that effect. I need to buy this, and I also need to buy blast paste. because we're using explosive, that uses a lot of blast pace. We don't need to fill it full though, because we'll get a few resources in like looting stuff in this place. But yeah, we're doing really good on shard count, so I might be able to buy some extra backup resources for Gemini, which is good.
Which out of bounds are you using here?
The one that I'm used to.
Okay.
Yeah,
not
I don't know
the latest. Okay.
Yeah, so there's a new way to kind of save time with the out of bounds that Greedy can talk about if he wants to, but
Yeah, I would like to focus on the one you're gonna do, but there is like a way to do this without having to really swim. And you also, but you can't do it without a flying mount, so you can't really do it on any percent. I don't think. I don't think anyone's tried to do it without a mount. But either way, there's a way to, once this cutscene is skipped here, to run up that ramp and go out of bounds. But Beta is actually going to do an out of bounds out of underwater here.
and this is
really
using the idea from like Poseidon, where I was getting out of bounds, kind of sticking myself between two walls.
Yep. But it's much easier to do here, especially in the places that we discovered, because the walls kind of place themselves, like the hitboxes are in such a configuration that you basically just have to swim into them with a dash and then move your stick left and right, and you'll just kind of clip through the wall like that.
Easy.
Yeah, really simple for this one. The one in Poseidon is a lot harder to do. There's a bit more stick movement involved and, you know, some precision, but... So we're out of bounds, kind of walking on the top of rooms we would otherwise walk through. And we're going to climb back in here, and then we will kind of continue on.
Yep.
So
We'll just flop through the floor we'll just splash out like a fish.
Living area.
But normally you'd have to swim through, you got to shut down a few consoles to, like, shut down some ventilation fans and things that are also underwater. Like, there's a whole bunch of, like, waiting you have to do, and we skipped all of that, so it's a really nice little out of bounds. Not super difficult to do, really easy to kind of route in. There's some void points if you take certain routes that, like, there's probably 3 ways to get out, I would say, really easily underwater, and there's another way that's not underwater at all, so... this is a cool place because it's a map all unto itself. That unskippable cutscene we got to, where we kind of watched a little bit before we skipped, loads in this whole map area, and it's underneath the main map. But that also leaves a lot of holes in the map and things that we can do to kind of get out of bounds. So Beta there climbing on top of a doorway in order to jump over an invisible wall. And now we're going to set up a few traps in order to get early damage on some corruptors here.
I only got one shot at this because if I fail this fight and restart checkpoint, I don't have the opportunity to set these up again. So right there, nice.
Nice, they're both down. So this is your real opportunity to fight corruptors in Forbidden West. You get 2 of them, and that's really kind of all there is. There are some in, I think, the arena, which is weird and not really story
Down.
relevant, but yeah, here also the Quen that are up on the balconies up there help you with the fight a little bit too. So you see it went down there, you know, so we loot and head out.
Yeah, it's really hard to
But
survive
yeah.
against them, so like dealing a lot of massive damage and stunning them at the start, not only does it save time, but it takes a lot of worry
Keeps you
on my
alive.
part
Yeah.
of having to survive for like over a minute against like 2 different attacks coming from 2 different directions with their like big spider jump attacks.
And they don't seem to really have a cooldown. Like, they do an attack and then they turn right into the next one. It's wild. And on New Game Plus, we focus on sharp shot bows and critical hits with a focus shot. And hitting those corruptors, you have to hit them like on their eye, and they have one small eye spot. But like, so they become a very precise fight as well. So no matter what you do on Ultra Hard, those are a tough fight.
Alright, so we're gonna have some downtime here with dialogue. Gives us a chance to craft some stuff. I'm gonna try to use some Luckily, we have a lot of Sparker and Machine Muscle that we're not going to use, so I'll just get some full Advanced Acid. Yeah, the expensive resources that we've been using start to become a little bit more plentiful. They're still not very plentiful, but they become more plentiful after, like, in Act 3 at this point now, so... For this next fight, I'll be placing down 3 vertical traps and then trying to... Kind of the same method with the Corruptors, try to place them between 2 enemies as they spawn in and have their effect as I trigger it myself, my weapon, try to shock and deal damage to them. For this case, it's not going to actually stun the human enemies, it's going to be more for just dealing some extra damage. But again, this fight, like the Corruptors, like I could just like wait through it for the most part. I think you have to deal a little bit of damage, but you could wait through it for the most part because lava is going to start seeping through the ceiling, and the human enemies can actually die to that without you really like raising a finger. So
Yeah, it's a lot faster than trying to kill him. That's for sure. Is that a vent of some sort?
not a bad idea.
Not a bad idea.
So right here, I shall place 2. Actually, I have
So
trap
when
limit
B-Dot-
on, so I'll place 3.
Yeah, so Beta's going to go to the console over here, and 2 large enemies are going to spawn on either side of those traps, so this is helpful to do damage, like, right away.
Oh, that did one. Okay, cool.
Nice!
That's very nice.
Oh, that's incredible. And now this guy spawns in after that.
Beautiful.
Beta, that was incredible.
Well done.
It normally never works that great because usually like one will get
Yeah.
affected by 1 trap or like by 2, but like all 3 affected both of them. Like that radius must
Yeah.
have been very tight.
Nice work. That fight is really annoying. One of the big guys has a Deathbringer gun that fires like a machine gun, and the other one has a flamethrower, and both of them will absolutely wreck you on this difficulty. Like, and the stun lock is absolutely real. It's terrible.
Yeah.
So that's incredible how that worked out. I did not expect that at all. So really well done.
Now I gotta get myself in the mind space for Gemini.
Look out. Yep. Look out for the lava here.
Yeah, we're just on fire a little bit. It'll pass.
It'll pass. So you see Beta using a jump up the wall there and aiming. That's what I was talking about earlier. Aloy, if you aim, kind of enhances her hitbox a little bit, and she can land on surfaces she otherwise wouldn't be able to. That wall there is slanted just enough that if you aim every time you jump, you'll land, and you can just jump off that landing point and keep doing that over and over again to get up. Otherwise, you'd have to like climb up and avoid a bunch of shots from Quen that are trying to kill you on the way out. It's a super cool skip that like skips all of the danger that's going on as long as you avoid the lava. So
Okay, so we have to prepare ourselves very well. We're going to be using a lot of ammo in this next fight, so I'm going to make sure and double check that I have everything I need. So we have full stamina. Actually, I don't need this cleanse potion anymore. We need literally every stamina potion that we can get here.
yeah, you need 7 for sure. I'd be remiss, by the way, that skipped that on the way out of the cauldron there. There used to be a version, like a way that you could just like jump and aim and stick on any wall. We used to call them infinite jumps way back before patch 118 in the Horizon Forbidden West. You could climb literally any surface just by jumping and aiming. As long as you aimed before the peak of your jump, Aloy would just like stick to a wall, and you could jump and do that again and again. So if you have a way to have the old version, if you got a disc version perhaps of the game, go back, load that up on 1.0, and check out the infinite jumps. I highly recommend it.
Something spider Aloy. Not that Beta would know anything about that.
Okay, Globe Blast. Okay, I'm good.
Beta,
Yes.
I wanted to ask it. Can Aloy do a backflip?
I don't know. Can she? Is there a way for me to do a backflip?
I guess you need to get blown up probably, but
Okay. 2 Elite Acid. 3 Advanced Potion upgrade, then 7 smoke bombs. Sorry, just talking to myself. Lots of things.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, no worries. If that's what helps, by all means.
Yeah, smoke bombs. Okay, I think I'm good.
I've had a couple of times where I'm like, would this be a good time to tell people something? I'm like, no, B-Dud's locked in. I don't want to mess this
Yeah.
up.
Now it is a good time if you have anything else to mention.
Right on. Yeah, I just wanted to thank everybody. You know, I've been seeing the Prime subs in the chat, and thank everyone for supporting Hotfix with subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bits. Contributions do help keep the shows running. So if you are enjoying the stream, consider subscribing. That'll get you exclusive emotes, ad-free viewing, and access to the chat during replays, which happen after our live shows. You can always, of course, also support the stream by sharing the channel with your friends.
Aaron's having fun with his new focus. Don't mind him. So yeah, Gemini, this is gonna be a long one. This is like the big split in every category. We basically have like 4 or 5 really big fights that we have to utilize a lot of ammo for and certain setups to get through. It's definitely going to be somewhat endurance and then somewhat of just like making sure I land my hits and stuff.
Beta, tell me what if they alone.
So yeah, I'm gonna try my best to make it as consistent as possible and show you guys a good Gemini.
Yeah, this is by far the most difficult split in the run. And also, I would say just casually, this is the hardest part of the game. This cauldron is full of enemies that just, they've got a lot of one-hit kills. There's a behemoth, a ravager, several several leap lashers, a long leg, a grimhorn, and a slaughter spine. And a bunch of watchers. There's a really good chance that there are some resets here, but ultimately, like,
Especially
it's a really
this
fun split. Like, there's some really cool platforming and stuff here to skip a bunch of what you would normally do here casually, but ultimately, our strategy among killing the robots here really kind of plays into how much we have to do, like, work-wise to take everything out, but we'll see that when we get there.
Okay, just reviewing my setup. Okay, we're fine. Okay. So yeah, this first fight is going to be especially reset heavy, and because I have to set up traps for the Ravager here, and if the Ravager does not go down this first path, then I basically have to reset. But it's also hard to
Ooh, he came out.
Hopefully he keeps coming out.
Yep,
Okay, I
we're
think
good.
I can work with this. Usually he doesn't come as fast as that. Okay.
Stay back.
Let's luckily this like little hallway thing here, like
You've
Kinda
got a
forces him
funnel
to
to
come
work
through
with.
there.
Right.
exactly. Okay, so he's down, that's really good, but doesn't mean
Nice.
we're in the clear at all because this guy's attacks are
This is a one-hit kill from the behemoth, no matter what he does, basically. Yeah. What's really weird about this room is that you can kind of freeze one or the other enemy from coming out of their original perch. If you run up towards the behemoth, he'll kind of stay up there where he came in, and then if you run up on the Ravager, he might stay up where he came in, and the behemoth will come down. So it really is like, don't go too far. You know, make sure one of them moves before the other, kind of thing. So this is working out pretty well. And then the behemoth has moves like that actually protect him from getting hit. So any of those gravity things that he does are really kind of a detriment to our attack abilities, because you can't hurt him while he does it. He has massive iframes. So yeah, this is easily one of the more difficult things to do. Throws rocks at you, which will stun lock you. Nice shot.
You need a hand. No, I think we could use some help.
oh, he's like
Oh, run! Oh my god, run! He's almost down.
oh.
Boulders from across, just yeeting them.
Okay, you can tell machines start limping when they're almost dead.
Let's
So,
go!
Not quite, almost.
Oh!
That'll do it.
Yeah! First try, let's
try.
go!
When you said this part's really reset heavy, I cannot tell you how hard I was manifesting first try.
World record right now has like 7 resets on that fight.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think you died like 6 or 7 times. Like, it was really a lot. Oh, that's fantastic work.
Oh.
Getting rid of that Ravager right away was clutch.
Yeah, I got very lucky with that.
Alright, so there's a fair bit of looting in here. Almost every chest in here has a good amount of resources that are good late game resources, so like looting in this place is pretty essential. We've got a room here in the center where I don't think it'll happen here, but there is a possible soft lock if you pass this room too fast. You need her to talk about some kind of production chamber. That's the line you want. If she doesn't say that, if you make it through this room, there's a whole bunch of things that just won't happen in here, and you get soft locked. So being too fast as a speedrunner is often a problem in this section. All right.
But this fight room is a lot, and if you mess up anything, you can kind of reset it or spawn extra enemies as well. Like, so I'm gonna go
so
over
we got one
here,
watcher.
try to enter stealth again because I'm weak to plasma right now. So, and these
And
shots
the watchers are plasma for sure.
So I'm gonna try to sneak attack this guy. Patience is key.
Gotta watch for the guy on your right as well. Nice work. So we have a spike snout down there. And the spike snouts have a lot of weak points that you can blow up, but they also have a lot of status impacts if you're too close. Their explosions can cause a lot of negative impacts on you, so you kind of want to be careful of those guys as well, because it can really impact you for the fight that goes on here. And so we hit the node there and spawn in the next fight.
Yep, I restarted from there to make sure my stamina was up, and also to guarantee kind of like those guys aren't, like if you start that override before you finish off the other enemies, then if you have to restart the fight, all the enemies from both like the pre-fight and this fight all spawn again. So I was making sure that I got the checkpoint for safety, clarity.
Yeah. So we got a bell back, a watcher, and there will also be a claw strider coming up who we have colloquially named Mark. And Mark is a jerk.
You love Mark, don't you, Greedy?
No, I don't.
Updated my notes. Steve good, Mark bad.
Exactly.
Mark very bad. Mark has so much armor. Like, Mark was born with an armor overgrowth disease. And we should probably fundraise for that. But also Mark needs to go away. Because even the most explosive things you have can just be totally negated by Mark's Apex armor. Ultimately, like, even in the New Game Plus runs where we have like overpowered focus shots with our sharp shot bows, you have to kind of hit him in the eyeball, which is a really hard spot to hit from a distance, just to get guaranteed crit damage and things that'll take him out in a shot. And B-Dud's making it look like easy work here. But,
I used a smoke bomb by accident. Not everything
seems to work out.
I don't want my range master Valor to run out here, so I'm trying to finish this fight quickly. Nice. Okay, that's very
So
good.
you see, like, our strongest weapon took 4 shots of like direct hits to take him out. He is kind of a jerk. He's kind of a jerk. Nice work, dude.
I'm actually
to be
amazed
honest
by how
with you-
cleanly this is going.
Yeah, to be honest with you, from the fact that he like didn't leash to you or get aggressive, I thought that smoke bomb was on purpose.
I actually didn't expect that either. Yeah.
This is a
Seemed
little
to
bit
work.
hard to aim. We're trying to prepare for the leap flashers that we're gonna spawn as soon as we go like 2 feet forward.
Just cover the floor with lightning.
So hopefully I've got my arc aiming down.
And you got to worry about the electricity on the floor here on Ultra Hard because it will drain your health.
I'm smashing through a lot of machines on my
Nice
side,
work.
too.
You got one.
I guess Aaron's missing out.
Okay, nice, one's down, and now I can heavy attack this guy. So it's very important that we kill the leap flashers here before the long leg. In fact, we want to keep the long leg alive the
Alive,
entire
yeah.
time. Yeah, you want to explain that, Greedy?
Yeah, so you get 2 Leap Lashers and a Grimhorn that come through, and a Long Leg. If you leave one of these enemies alive, there's another set of 2 Leap Lashers that can spawn. You want to leave the Long Leg alive and kill the Grimhorn before it, and then those 2 Leap Lashers don't show up. If you kill both Leap Lashers and the Long Leg that show up first, and then you kill the Grimhorn, oh, that's rough.
That is a little
Boy,
rough.
that Leap Lasher was on point. They'll spawn those 2 extra enemies and have to fight, 2 of the most annoying enemies in an ultra hard run. We're gonna try this again, but ultimately, like, you're just trying to do this in a certain order. It kind of sucks because long legs are some of the most annoying enemies you can fight. Everything you hit on them explodes and like knocks you off base and does a bunch of damage. They have really ridiculous like fire-based area attacks that do a bunch of damage and always knock you over. So you kind of have to worry about that, a fair bit. So it looks like one of them made it through.
Yeah, not ideal.
Well, both of them made it through.
We'll make do with what we have. Might be a little bit longer fight in here, but as long as we survive, all
And
is
so
good.
Beta, they're climbing a wall that ooh, stay off of there. There you
Yeah,
go.
now I'm scared of him sniping me in the air. I've never had him snipe me like in the mid-air like that before. We gotta.
It seemed like he aggroed like right away, yeah. Getting up that wall that we just climbed over, usually it requires you to hang on a bunch of things environmentally. Using that kind of wall jump tech that we talked about and using hitboxes and aiming can really kind of shorten that a lot by just letting you climb up the wall there. It can be a little finicky, but there's a few ways to do it. We've got plenty of tutorials both in the Discord and on YouTube to see how that works, but yeah.
Ooh. So normally I would use the electric coils to stun this guy.
Oh,
yeah.
he was like right there.
Yeah, I tried to chance it. Ugh. I don't have any other method to really keep him out long enough because we have to set up bombs for the Grimhorn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so my mistake there was kind of when the Leap Blasters were coming across the hallway for the first time. I threw a spike trap as the long leg was going through, and that explosion kind of picked up on the long leg, so I took away the long leg's weak points, pretty much.
Oh, sure. I missed that part. We got one of them.
Yeah, that's always a little finicky. Here, I'm gonna do this. Didn't really want to waste my last smoke bomb, but I need to make things a little consistent here.
Mm-hmm. Knock him down. My lord, go down already. How much health do you have? You're just a silly kangaroo. I don't understand. Murder chicken is the worst.
I'm just happy that they're staying in. I spoke too soon.
Uh-huh. Oh, at least there's only one left.
Yeah, let's see if we can get this guy isolated.
There should be another note to open.
Alright, get down here, please. Don't throw rocks at me, that's not nice. Okay, cool.
There we go.
Okay, that guy's dead. I need to watch out for murder chicken somewhere. Okay, here we go. Stun him. He'll be stunned, and then I can set up my bombs. Okay. Good.
There you go.
So elite acid, we want to save our elite stuff for the big point. We are also going to take off melee damage and put on trap limit.
moving.
So we want to keep this long leg alive.
Yeah, he needs to
Grady
stay
is
alive
working.
until the next one. Yeah, until this Grimhorn comes up right there. And we need to kill him first.
Oh, here we go
Oh,
again.
please don't be outside the shield.
That doesn't sound good. I'll try to get your access back.
Oh, get that. Get it. Nice shot.
Okay, he's weak. I believe he's weak. I think he's limping.
It looks like it. Ooh. Yeah, just keep your distance.
All right, I saw Machine Kill show up, but
Oh, did
what
it?
we get? Yeah.
I think the long leg's still alive.
Beautiful.
Yep. That's exactly what we want. Get away! Get away!
We're good. We're good.
Stealth chicken.
Murder chicken.
And that's the move that's the worst, where he jumps up and has those fire attacks. They just get you like so much. Come on. He's almost there. He's sparking.
Yeah, he's weak. He's limping now.
We're good. We're good. One more.
Nope. There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, finally.
Node access restored.
This room is such a nightmare.
Honestly, this is going about as average as a Gemini would go.
Yep.
Basically, like, you might be decent at 1 or 2 rooms, but there's always one room that doesn't quite go the way you want. No matter how much time we've spent on them or routed them, it's just like anything, any alternative that's consistent takes like 5+ extra minutes or something crazy like that.
Yep.
So,
Hey,
Murphy's
This
Law,
is
as they
running out of
say.
places to
Anything
hide.
that can go wrong and will at the worst possible time.
exactly.
I just registered a huge energy
All
surge
right, so
back
we
into
are
the
headed to
chamber.
the final fight of Gemini, which is a slaughter spine in a giant open room. Good luck.
Yeah, so I am gonna review something real fast. Okay. So I need
Whatever it is. I'm almost done with the core repairs.
this.
Should we come to you? Maybe I could
I'm gonna place them
distract-
all down
scan it first.
here.
those things on its legs are glowing. I think it's charging up.
This will do some good base damage. I need to freeze this right before that goes off. Shoot that. That's 1500 damage. He's frozen now, so now I switch to my explosive spike trap. Get that long distance, extra damage at long distance, and just
1,500 at a
pray.
pop. Yeah. Oh my god. Now we need stamina. Get him.
Going well,
Nice crit. Nice crit.
and he's dead.
Oh, let's go. That was about as clean as it gets.
Yeah,
Very,
that fight
very
can
nice.
be messy if you don't,
more
as
hiding,
other
Hephaestus.
fights, like if you don't utilize your shots while your Valor's on, it takes a while to dwindle it down the health, so, like,
Yeah.
it's
You-
so satisfying being able to put
Make sure
out
it stays
like
there.
1500 damage on
I'm heading
every
back.
shot on that guy.
And definitely the way you like timed
You
it,
there.
like interrupting his attacks
Glad
to
you
the
came
point where he would get like stunned
And you.
for about the amount of time you could get him to be stunned for. So really good
Done any of
work.
this without
Thank you.
Right back at you, Aloy.
Yeah, the spike traps are good for kind of stunning an enemy out of their attacks if you hit them right, or at the right time. So like that was kind of a masterclass in fighting a slaughter spine.
Aloy. The core is stable.
Alright, that's Gemini, we made it!
It's 100.
I think the tough part's over except for Tilda.
Yeah,
I don't know
Tilda
how
can
Eric
be
goes, but-
sometimes reset heavy. Eric's pretty generous, as long as I can remember to equip my coil on him.
And we'll see how Regala goes. Yeah.
What is this?
Yeah, Regala can be
Just a few favorites from my
up in the air too,
collection.
I suppose. Usually the first two
Rescue
phases are good, but
units.
yeah,
Done so soon.
none of the fights remaining
I've got more
should
important things to worry about.
like there shouldn't be a lot of risk involved for the rest of the fights. But I've also said like,
It can be.
yeah, I don't know. It can depend. So I need fast travel packs. There we go.
By the way, if any of you were fans of Varl, he's gone to a farm upstate. Apologies.
Yeah, he's still alive and well, clearly.
Totally well.
Yeah,
Yeah, absolutely
absolutely.
alive
So
and
that
well.
the other
Yeah.
Zeniths can't hear us?
But we won't be seeing him anytime
They
soon.
don't know about your base
He's
either,
gone
in
up
case
to a
you're
farm
wondering.
upstate with Joel
I've
and
sent you data
that
on the
dog that
horse
Ellie
energy
had some
cells you can use
interactions with.
against Regala's forces. Reach out to me when you're ready to acquire one.
The Nightbot command that people spam every time we get to this part in my chat.
If you didn't know, Varl dies at
Or
this
do
point in the
anything
game,
else I should
guys. I'm
check
really
out?
sorry.
Really?
Sounded important.
Spoilers.
Oh, now I'm sad.
Oh. Oh, you didn't know? Oh,
No,
well, fair enough.
I just speedrun this game. You think I watched the cutscenes?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Over here.
All right. So we did a little bit of fast traveling here to places that are really close to us because it's faster. The base is really cool because it kind of ignores some of the distance,
I don't know, I'll use it on a scene.
I don't know,
Get ready for
regulations
entrance
around the game.
Regala will
Like, you can't always fast travel to something that's really close to you, but when you're in the base, as long as you don't move away from the spots that you're standing in, you can kind of fast travel wherever you want. As long as there's like 2 campfires really close on the east and west side. You can fast travel to the base. It'll put you up there, you know, whichever way. But we use it to fast travel out real quick and then run up here where we're going to get our flying mount. As long as Beta doesn't scare it away.
Yeah, I was
Don't
debating
scare
if I wanted to get some extra safety supplies to get through this fight because resources are a little low after Gemini.
And once you get on the flying mount, you can't get off.
Yeah, we're stuck in this fight.
Good.
I think we should be
There's someone
good.
here. I'll have to approach them.
I scared it. Yeah, if you scare it, you have to restart from save pretty much, which
Yep.
is just right here, so it's not that far. But
Just
little
make sure
goof on
you're
my
over by
part.
the, yeah, make sure you're only sliding by the red grass, yeah. And again, like we talked about on Ultra Hard, these enemies will see you a lot earlier than they normally would on like story or any other difficulty. So you kind of have to be careful about how fast you're moving. Sliding is generally considered silent in the game. So as long as you are far enough away when you start sliding, and you can even chain a slide together, which is slide canceling movement tech that you've been seeing Beta do. Basically sliding and canceling what he's, you know, canceling into a slide and then doing another one. You remain silent during that cancel sequence. So you can kind of like chain a slide together too, and then like cover that distance pretty quickly. But yeah, as long as you aren't standing up and running, they don't hear you. So something to keep in mind when you're playing on this difficulty.
So we gotta start preparing for. So we have Regala, Eric, and Hilda left.
There's a tall
And all of them do take up a pretty good amount of resources, but like this is the point where the base chest, like the chest that we loot in the base every time we
How to
return
land
to
this
it,
thing.
like it just gave us 4 elite bombs of 2 elite purge water traps and then 2 elite verticals. So like, and like just all around it's giving us good resources. So it's definitely helped us with like some of that in volatile sludge and shards. So then we'll be going to Thorn Marsh again after this to prep our resources correctly.
Are you gonna jump off?
I don't know. Will I?
Until the over in the tall neck.
No, because I do not have the. Oh, I did. Okay, never mind.
Oh my god!
I live.
We survived!
Yeah,
It worked!
yeah. Greedy. Every time that he does this, he apparently dies. But
Not since I created my new save file.
oh,
I do think it was because I originally started running this game on PS4, and I think there are some differences. Once I created a new save file, I never die anymore, which is really weird. Anyway, I don't have any proof that that is actually the reason why. So you saw B-Dud went down to almost no health when he jumped off the tall neck. Also, you're not supposed to be able to do that. So There's a wall there that if you do some melee attacks or some jumps and melee attacks, you can make your way through it. And you can land down there. And as long as you're not too high up, you don't die. But you do have to get back on the mount, or you can't continue the quest. Ultimately, you're not supposed to be able to get off the mount. If Beedud wanted to dismount right now, like later in the game when you're flying this thing around, you can hit square anytime you want and she'll jump off. Doesn't matter how high up you are. But on this quest, you can't do that. So you're locked onto the mount until you get to Memorial Grove for the fight that we're going to now. We found a way to get off the tall neck, but you can die there, and if you do, it's about 1 minute and 45 seconds of time loss. Because you have to go all the way back to when you overrode the mount, and then fly back to the tall neck, and get off it again, and do all of this. There are no good autosaves or anything like that. I had a lot of trouble with this. I've lost a lot of world records to it. So, it's nice to see it work here on GDQ. Nice work. Alright, so we skip a cutscene, and we have 3 phases of Regala to fight.
We're going to start off with the Elite Trap and then a Spike. Oh, she dodged it. That should be enough.
Nice work.
Gonna
Nice
RFS
work.
here for stamina. Phase 2 is just going to be spamming Spike Traps for the most part.
All right, so that's how it's gonna be.
But she does like to dodge. But 2 should do it. Yep. Okay. RFS again to regen our stamina. And then this is the fight that is going to take longer. So we will set up a little trap, little spike on the ground, lead her into it.
Yeah, she's always going to come straight at you there in phase 3. So putting a few things down is always helpful. And that's regardless of difficulty. She'll come at you on like that on story as well. Ooh,
We're
Hila,
just gonna
get
make
away.
a strategic retreat. All right.
This is a fight where Aloy's
That's not good.
deficiencies at melee attack really come into play. Because if you could block spear attacks in this, it would be a lot easier. But you can't do that.
No, instead, we're left playing a very dangerous game of tag, where
Yep.
we are not allowed to be it.
Ooh,
We got
nice
it.
work. And now she's dead. Wait, what did you pick?
I picked. I'm sure I picked the right option, right?
Wrong.
Top left.
Wait,
No, because
Did-
I'm getting sometimes and
do
falling.
you
So,
need the
by-
Regala's
I
Wrath?
do,
You
I
do
got
need
it.
right?
I
Okay,
do.
nice.
So killing her gets you Regala's Wrath. So I
Which
had
is
to
a
pick
bow.
the correct dialogue choice there.
But if you leave her alive, you get a pretty powerful outfit that has like high defense and stuff like that. So it's a pretty good choice either way. But yeah, 2 playthroughs of the game will get you both. But here in the speed run, you want her sharp shot bow because it comes with an ammunition set that's called Elite Precision Arrows, and they ignore armor damage, and we love that.
Okay, so we need to. We're almost done here. Just need to make sure we get. This is like our last shopping spree of the run. So I need to make sure I'm bumped up on this. We have a lot of shards to work with, thankfully, but I need to make sure that my ammo is full. That should be good enough. And now just buy extra resources. Metal bones, blast paste, all the good stuff. Make sure my glow blast, that is. Okay, cool. Let's see. I need to upgrade Regala's Wrath because Eric's fight can go a little bit faster if we upgrade it just once. And we should have the stuff available for it. We do. Okay, now we need to invest in Valor Surge because we do need a Valor Surge going into this for Tilda. And getting, so we're gonna have to grind a little bit of Valor. But we have a cool method about going about getting more Valor. that's not just shooting a Steve like 10 times over. So let me refill my stamina. Let me just double check. Okay, we're good. Yeah, we're good. We're good.
All right.
Guess I could have checked my berries, but it's okay. We're not gonna get hit
So
at all.
No, never. So we head back to an area that is a campfire we got during a section after Gemini when we fought the Slaughter Spine, but we're going to head towards a campfire kind of across the water here, get a fast travel point there, and then we'll go out of bounds in order to skip past the shield that is around the island there on our right with the giant structure on it. That's the Zenith base where we're about to go and, you know, fight the final boss and stuff. But we have a neat trick that we can do to kind of skip past the shield using our mount. And several ways to do it. I think B-Dud uses the fastest way, which is also pretty tricky, and a mid-air clip, which is really fun to watch. So, you know, we'll see that in a moment. But there's a fair bit of something we haven't talked about, which is you see B-Dud rolling with the mount here, turning a little bit to the left, rolling off to the right. That's actually faster than just straight up flying. And that wasn't the case until they released the Burning Shores DLC. Ultimately, it changed something about the programming, about how the barrel roll for our flying mount worked. And it probably has something to do with the water wing mount that you can get in the DLC, which is a different flying mount that can also go under the water. But it made it a lot faster to kind of roll in the direction that you're trying to go. So you see him turn a little bit to the left, roll back to the right, and you cover about 30 meters-ish every roll. And that's just a little bit faster than kind of flying in that direction. Over the course of the run, you save a couple of minutes with the flying, especially on New Game Plus, because we get this as soon as we get the base. So after the Tau fight, we can pick up a flying mount and use it for the rest of the run. So doing this, what we call barrel rolling, Peppy would be very proud of us. We use that quite a bit as far as open world travel. B-Dud picking up some power cells here to drop on some enemies and build up Valor for the final fights.
Yeah, look at the bottom right at the purple bar. Look how much that goes up after I drop this.
Boom, boom, boom.
Thanks.
Now we're a little
I'll
under
look into it when I
3/4. So we'll grab another one, drop that on him again. And this is a nice little quick loop you can do to kind of fill that up before you get into the end of the fights. Yeah, and use it for what you need.
I think I missed one. Okay, let's just do another quick cycle. Yeah, because Eric doesn't really give us a lot of Valor. He gives us a little bit, but it's not going to be a lot. And we really, really want to have the full level 3 Valor going into Tilda. She has the most HP in the game. But as long as we have the Valor... Did I go off?
There it is.
There we go. Yeah, as long as we have the Valor and the Spike Thrower, we'll be able to do good damage.
You got the fireplace?
I did.
Fire.
Yep.
Okay, good. Campfire.
So,
right, so
yeah, as Green was
see...
describing, we have the shield clip here. I'm gonna go for my risky method once, which is basically I'm gonna be flying this way, and then when I get close enough, I'm gonna try to call it. And
it should drag him through.
Didn't have him approach from the way I wanted him to, but there we go.
There it is. Let's go.
Yeah.
So you can get the mount to pick you up and pull you through the shield, as long as you get it to come from, you know, the right direction. You can do it in the air like that, or you can do it down in the water. But being down in the water requires you to have him in a very specific spot and have him come from a very specific direction. B-Dud's route here, while really risky if he doesn't grab you at all, you can fall all the way down to the water and waste a lot of time. He can grab you from several kind of different directions also. So, really neat way to do it. Really well executed. Nice work.
And we don't have an indicator here, but from testing, we know that the checkpoint is right there. So we can go through this, start the final quest.
Yeah, so B-Dud
If
fast travel
I
back to...
Didn't do the age-old mistake of talking to the people at the base.
Oh, no.
I've done this several times in runs before. It doesn't add a lot of
That's
time,
fair.
but
Do you still get the checkpoint?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, once you get
So-
to it, it should be permanent.
What was supposed to happen there is at that campfire, B-Dud could start the last quest, but he was supposed to go up into this room and start the quest like originally. So we'll get that, and then what we did going through the shield there gets a checkpoint at the very end of the final quest, basically the last checkpoint you can get before the final 2 boss fights, and it will put you there upon starting the quest and restarting from save. It thinks you had that checkpoint already, so it puts you all the way up there.
So this should work unless something... Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we're good.
So yeah, that just skips like 4 minutes of like gameplay at the of this.
It's
beginning of the final
really,
mission.
yeah, it's really just running past a bunch of enemies, basically. You don't have to kill any of them, so. All right.
All right, here we go.
So gliding into a cutscene skip. And die machine filth.
Oh. I'm gonna run this one. Yeah, die machine built. Love Catalo. So I need advanced.
Apologies for that.
Acid here.
All right.
So we're gonna start off by trying to get off his armor. So that's gonna start with putting 2 acid traps down. Now we're gonna try and get the distance. His helmet should be coming off any second.
One shot should do it, yeah. There it is. So now we just want headshots, as many as we can get.
I'm not
And we're
utilizing
using-
the... He's too close, so I'm not utilizing the long range.
Right.
Yeah, I'm kind of expecting 1100 damage, so it's kind of hard to get that extra 25%. So this will just take a little bit longer. Oh, you sneaky little... Okay. Yep.
He is kind of like that, yeah.
Yeah, he do be like that. If I can get far enough, though...
Could be worse.
Oh,
He could have
that
wall
should've
hacks.
Yeah. Stop wall hacking. Oh my god.
What a jerk.
Okay.
Run.
Replenish. Ammo.
Nice shot.
You're done for.
There we go.
Ooh, nice. It's gotta be about there.
Oh, nice crit.
Ooh, let's
That'll do
go.
In time.
Nice work.
That's pretty rare.
Yeah, getting one of those is not something you get all the time. Nice work.
Alright, 1 fight to go.
You can see how that's 250% of like what he would normally get max at range there, so. All right, 1 fight left.
Alright, so we have a little 1 minute climb, but then, yeah, we're
I'm afraid
just...
so. He's
We're
restricted
pretty
his
much there
access
now,
to the top.
guys.
You'll have to climb from there. I have to go.
I forgot that you do
almost
that jump. Nice work.
Yeah, it's a fun one.
Yeah, some of those jump cancels to get off the climb points. Like, you kind of have to make your way up and around, and I think Beta's the only one who really does things where you kind of do, like, leaps off of them and cancel your jump and all that kind of stuff. It's always impressive to watch.
Oh,
Stay
let's
up there.
do that again. It really likes to magnet you to a lot of climbing holes. It's fun to deal with.
Yeah, make sure you stay
Yeah,
away from the wall
okay,
there.
whatever. There's
That
this-
angle's finicky
Yeah.
as well. Yeah.
Okay, make sure I have the right stuff equipped. Okay. Okay, let's do it. So we're gonna start off with some traps because we kind of want to the elites are powerful, but also because we want to try and put her in a shock state. So hopefully, or an acid state, either one. But
Yeah.
oh, if I get the corruptive juice, I need to restart.
Yeah, there's a status effect in this fight that doesn't occur in any other fight. And if you get it, it crushes like your ability to do stamina, to do really anything. So you want to avoid that, and if you get it, especially on this run, you have to reset. And it's those dark spots on the ground that she leaves that cause the status effect.
I also need to make sure this guy has some, not that, where is it? There it is. Long range damage. And we want to try and be more than 25 meters away. Okay, Tilda's just thinking about life, I guess. Ooh, okay.
Nice.
If we can get the shock to
Plasma
happen,
damage.
this would be perfect. I have a lot of smoke bomb. Well, I only have one smoke bomb, actually.
No, you're good.
I can just get that shock. It's like right in its chest there. Uh-oh.
Oh my god, dodge. Nice work.
That was a little risky. Okay, come on. No, come on. Okay, I'm just gonna risk it. We don't need her stunned down.
Alright, we're over halfway because she's doing this attack, so...
Valor's up, come on, now's the time to do massive damage.
One more.
Yeah, there we go!
Let's go!
Nice.
All right.
And time ends when we get this cutscene. Right about
3, 2,
now.
1. There.
Jeez.
Let's go. What a run.
Yeah, it was, let me tell you, with only a few days of practice leading up to this, it was definitely the challenge to
Very different.
get it all together.
That's impressive. Honestly, like, under 4 hours on this run is something everyone should aspire to do. It's insane to get that kind of time on this run.
It's not about the distance.
Yeah, it's it really takes a
Alright.
lot. Like I tell people, like it's a great run, and like if you ever want to get into it, like it does take a bit of effort, but anyone can do it.
My friends have a new mission.
I have notes for it, and like
To
just
spread the
learning the
word.
route and like
Ask for
learning
help.
the like understanding what resources you need and knowing
because
why they work
I've
when they
always
work.
known what
Like that's the
people need
first
to
step to
start to
understanding
understand.
how to apply a route like this. And like even if you start doing it and it's like taking you 5-6 hours the first time, just remember like it took 2 years for us to get our first run in this category, and it was an 8-hour run. So
Solve any
yeah,
problem.
like pulling off a challenge run like this, no matter what the time, it's extremely satisfying, and definitely encourage people to try to delve into it if they dare.
Yeah, absolutely.
The courage.
Yeah,
You
and if
should,
you,
like you
uh,
mentioned early on, it's a very supportive community. You just mentioned, you know, the resources that are available, but it sounds like people just want to help other people get into this run, whatever category you run.
Resilience.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
absolutely.
Any setback.
Yeah,
If you're
go ahead,
looking to
Brady.
get into Forbidden West, we have so many resources for you, myself included. You know, like I said, we've got tutorials out there, video tutorials. We've got a wiki that we work on that kind of stores all of our old and new strats. We've got Discord that you can check out, you know, all that kind of stuff. Come and check us out, you know, check out the SRC page, see the kind of categories you want to do. We've got a bunch of fun, you know, very meme flavored category extensions and stuff like that. You know, the whole community really is super supportive, and you know, we love Aloy, we love, you know, Horizon, the world that that Gorilla has built. We're all looking forward to Horizon 3 and all that kind of stuff, so come join us. It's a good time.
And if people out there are looking for more from each of you, where can they find you?
I am live on Twitch at BDud5, doing a lot of PlayStation speedruns, and most recently been delving into Expedition 33. So if you want to catch me there, I'm probably going to be live this weekend. And Greedy?
Yeah, definitely. Same thing. I stream on Twitch. You can, you know, check out videos on YouTube and stuff. But working with the Horizon community, you know, doing tutorials and also running Claire Obscure lately because that game's game of the year. But the, you know, we like to have fun. We like to, you know, learn a lot and, you know, help other people get into this. Doing these challenge runs, doing these, like, you know, speed runs and stuff that are really hard. It's kind of our passion, right? Like figuring out how to make things work in the most difficult situations. So if you like that, if you want a challenge, check out this game because it's beautiful. It, you know, the combat is really fun and diverse. It really hits all the spots. So, you know, come check it out.
Yeah, thank you so much to the both of you for being here for it. And if you want more fantastic BDud gaming action, stay tuned for Creature Corner after this jumbo-length episode of Out of the Box, because BDud will be right back with Astrobot. It's going to be a great time. Don't go anywhere.